welcome to Impact 23. Who's excited to be here? This is an incredible week, packed full of events throughout the entire week. We have events starting at 8 a.m. to the evening, a little bit after 8. So we're excited to have you here as part of this week with an incredible amount of partners who are putting their value to the community. It is all about getting together, collaborate, and create events throughout the entire week. This is to highlight what's going on all year long here in our community. And so Impact Week used to be the Startup Week, Tallahassee, part of TechStar's Startup Week. It also happens during Global Entrepreneur Week. So those are still incorporated in this, but we rebranded it so that we could impact the entire community. The idea is that each event is going to be for a different industry. There's maybe one or two for each industry throughout the week. So if you imagine 52 or 3 events for each industry highlighted throughout the week. It's an incredible opportunity for our community to come together, to collaborate, to connect, and to create impacts from these organic collisions. They wouldn't happen without partners like the Challenger Center, FSU, and many, many more. And a team with individuals like Rick Smith, Brown, the Domi Station team, Kara Holbert, Daisha Williams, and so many, many more. With that in mind, I'm going to bring up a few individuals to kick off the week and share their thoughts on Impact Week and the impactfulness of being a part of this. I hope to see you throughout the week, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts and what came out of being here. First up, Alan, if you could come join us on the stage.
Robert. And I do love the rebrand to Impact Week. I think it says a lot about created and what we are here for. So this is our second this event, and we couldn't be happier to help support this event. It is, as you know, we are the K-12 STEM outreach program for the FAMU FSU College of Engineering. So I'll start with on behalf of Dean Day and myself, that we are super happy to be able to support this. If you think about our mission to inspire the next generation of our students to go into STEM and STEAM careers this start, right? And so if you talk about impact, you know, we get them K-12 and then we hand them off, and you guys can really take the benefit of that. So, you know, we have events all year round in these spaces, so we appreciate when we are doing things a little bit outside of our mission. Normally you'd see about 200 school kids in here looking at the sky. Hopefully you guys will have a chance to see the night sky. At some point during this event, you'll be in the IMAX for part of this event and all of our spaces. I know we have some school groups around this week as well, so you'll really get to see the impact we make, which, by the way, is 50,000 students. We are getting ready to celebrate our 20th anniversary. That's just about a month from now. So if you do the math there, that's 1 million K-12 students in the past 20 years. So I think that is a pretty good impact. Welcome.
Thank you, Alan. Next, I have Susan Carrillo with the Dean of the Juming Business College.
Thank you very much. Being here and being with all of you and representing Florida State College of Entrepreneurs. We have, it seems like we've been here forever, but it's a short time. Juming College now has over 700 undergraduate students, 70 graduate students, and 5 master's degree programs, and we're working on a PhD. So we wholeheartedly believe in entrepreneurship and opening up the vista for our students to the community. In fact, October 18th, the Juming Institute moved out of the College of Business into our college. So now the Juming College of Entrepreneurship not only looks internally to our students, but now to the whole community. And so we're so pleased to be involved with Impact Week. And all of you All of you help us to grow the entrepreneurial mindset of our students, of our community, and your support is vitally important. And together we'll have a huge impact. Thank you so much for all your support of our students and our community businesses. And we're all here to make them stronger and more vibrant. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Kathleen CR with COCA.
Thank you so much, Robert. Good morning, everyone. So glad to be here today, and I'm here with two different hats on. So, because we in the arts do that, I'm here with my COCA hat on. We're delighted for I think the third year to be part of this event. And again, congratulations on making it Impact Week, because it is really about the impact of entrepreneurship. Arts, culture, history, and heritage are a deep part of that, and it's been great to see how this community continues to build on that. So at COCA, we're going to have events this week. We have that's going to be giving free headshots, a filmmaker who's giving a presentation, going to be here, and it goes on and on. What I love about that is it's a both nonprofit. And that is really important to remember that in entrepreneurship, that both contribute to the fabric of how innovation happens within our community and throughout our world. So that's, I have two handouts. So that's COCA's. If you're interested in learning more about our resources, which I'll be talking about this week too, it's on this little QR code here that I'll hand out. And that will, we have a lot of free resources from marketing to grant writing to fundraising and so on to help you with that lift of getting your ideas into actuality. I'm also here with my bicentennial hat on. I'm a member of the Bicentennial Committee, and if you haven't heard, Tallahassee and Leon County are celebrating their bicentennial in 2024, so that's coming right up. And there's a whole host of events that are going to be happening. You can go to Tallahassee, Leon County 200.com and find out more information about it. There's actually 9 ways to get involved, which I have on this little postcard, which is also on that website. We're looking for folks to participate. So anywhere from your entrepreneurial ideas, how does that, the bicentennial converge with that next year? So making that come to life. On a committee, we are welcoming committee involvement. If you can do anything from create a tree or host an event, so involved and engaged. I'm going to pass out these postcards, and then please contact me if you would like in order to learn more. And thank you so much for this time, Robert. Have a great Impact Week, folks.
Thank you.
My name is Alexis, an events manager for the Downtown Authority, and it's a really exciting time to be in our downtown. We're really starting to see a slow comeback from different entrepreneurs, from FSU. Like, our community is starting to reinvest in our downtown. It wouldn't be possible without events like Impact Week that give our young entrepreneurs resources and guides just so that they can start to feel confident to invest in our community, start a business, everything like that. We actually just had Amicus Brewing. They just celebrated their grand opening recently in a historic building in our downtown, so that's huge. We also have a ribbon cutting on Friday at 4 p.m. for Argonaut Coffee. They just moved into the Mill Stream at Cascades construction, so it's a really, really exciting time. Impact Week is so great, like I said, giving those resources to young entrepreneurs, not just young entrepreneurs, all entrepreneurs, but as a young entrepreneur, seeing all of the resources that Tallahassee gives to kind of build those connections and give you the confidence to go out and follow your dream. It's pretty awesome. So yeah, thank you. Hope you guys enjoy Impact Week.
Wonderful, thank you. Next, we'll have Rich Smith, one of our major partners with OneLink.
Just wanted to say thank you for being here to kick off the week. Like Robert, each events from Monday through Friday, So we've got something going on for everyone across every industry. And I'm here also representing a couple of hats, right? So part of the steering committee for Impact Week. So if you see me or I haven't had a bigger impact in the community for this event. So community sponsors, Challenger, thank you. Domi, thank you. Thank you for being more information about this event or what you can do or how to see the live stream. If you're not able to attend in person, please see me and we'll get you some more information.
Thank you. Definitely take a chance or time this week to check out impactweek.info. All the events, content, and information is on there. You can find the agenda, you can register to participate, and definitely be sure to thank our sponsors and community partners. Without them, this would not be possible to put on this many events in this long time throughout the entire week. It's an incredible opportunity to connect, collaborate. There's networking events every morning and almost every evening. Tonight we'll have Domi's pitch event. We'll be pitching their businesses for nearly $25,000 in cash and in-kind prizes. So definitely an incredible event and opportunity to see those entrepreneurs that are in our community up front. Throughout, a couple other key events I want to touch on is 730 is this week at FSU. We have the creator of IV Bottle coming down from Atlanta, so she's coming in out of town. Definitely take the time to come in person and see her and meet her. So if you want to get some of that, you got to be here in person for it. And then any other major events that we want to touch on. Cool. There's got a ton of opportunity to collaborate and connect. And while we set up the next event, feel free to conversate about yourself. The next one will start sharply at 9:30. Thank you.
even back here.
Yeah, we should just project ourselves up there. Yeah.
Hey, Daisha. The live stream up. Down.
Enjoy.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Whenever you're ready to go live, just let us know. All right, well, welcome back to Impact Week. This incredible panel is going to be Impact Week and what it's all about and the partners and their valuable contributions through the years. So I have Kathleen and Wendy from COCA and JMC. And my name is Robert Blackledge. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute of Nonprofit Innovation and Excellence. So let's go ahead and get started. Wendy, organizations are all about.
Sure. I have been with, actually started out with the Juming Institute 9 years ago. So I've come full circle now that the Juming Institute is part of the over and worked with Dean Beery doing student engagement programs. But we, JMI actually started E-Month and supporting Global Entrepreneurship Week probably 11 or 12 years ago with 7 Under 30. Robert mentioned 7 Under 30. So that will be this Wednesday afternoon in building downtown on Monroe. So that event has 7 FSU alums who started businesses before turning 30 years old, and we bring them in from all over the place, some from California, I think Minnesota this year. So they come back and talk about experiences, and it's really a great event, and it helps our students get motivated and inspired, as well as they reconnect with the community. So we really enjoy supporting that event every year and have continued that. We reignited other events during Tallahassee Startup Week several years ago, and then when Robert came and he put new energy behind it too. So it's been a great partnership for the college and the community to do different events for Startup Week. So we're happy to support that. And I like the idea of it being Impact Week now because the Juming Institute works with not startups, but small businesses. So small business leadership, nonprofit leadership, and programs for businesses that are, 3 years and older and have sort of at the growth stage, ready to programming for that. And we have offices all over the state. There's Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Campbell, Orlando, South Florida, and Fort Lauderdale. So we do programming throughout, and having now the connection between the college and the institute, we can, working on more internships and different types of partnerships and mentors, because these small business leaders are great connections for our students to have. So we are very excited about the collaboration now between the Juming Institute inside the Juming College.
And thank you so much, Robert. This is just really a delight to be part of Impact Week. So I'm Campbell. I'm the Executive Director of the Council on Culture and Arts. We are the local arts agency for County and the 100-mile radius around this area. So what is a local arts agency? We are the one-stop shop for everything arts and culture in this area. We have several programs and services that we offer, anything from a public art program to arts education to grants that we offer along with services. We do service nonprofit organizations. That's really a main wheelhouse. But we all know, as in any also leading nonprofit arts organizations. So it's believe in the power of partnerships to make sure that our community that when he was the executive director of Domi, we really made the connection between the creative industries, and that I'm referring to arts, culture, history, heritage, And in our arts kind of wheelhouse, that means visual arts, performing arts, film, writers, you name it. It goes along with that. And that's what the things entrepreneurs do, is consider of what arts and culture also mean to us. So we got together and created for the Startup Week, and now with Impact Week, what arts and culture do in our area with impact. A side note is that COCA spent last putting together a impact survey. That's mainly for nonprofit organizations. Do plus. So that's one of 3 studies we're other 2 are going to be rolled out in 2024, including what the for-profit entrepreneurs are doing for our economy here, and also our BIPOC colleagues and our BIPOC organizations. So all of this is part of impact. And I know the conversation we're going to be talking about today and all this week is really about how we're working together as a community and making our world better. And we appreciate this opportunity to do that.
So what I want to do is share a little bit behind the reasoning for the name change. So to give you that, I want to give you the history. This should be, there we go, I can do this. I want to give you a little bit of the history behind Tallahassee Startup Week. So about 8 or 9 years ago, Mike Campbell put together Techstars Startup Week. And then Kurt Bender, I think, took it over. And then I took it over 3 years ago. When I came from a bigger city. I came from Lakeland, but I Tampa and helped organize their Tampa-based Startup Week. And so what we had seen is that it was an opportunity to create collaboration across the ecosystem. Entrepreneurship, which is fine and great, but it limited the partners that we were able to bring together, and it limited the individuals that saw value in that week. And so events with a spread, still a large majority were entrepreneur focused, but we had started involving COCA and some other partners in the community to start diversifying the content of that week. And we saw a growth in the participation. Last year, we had over 50 events and we had over 600 attendees. So we knew we were onto something. But the biggest thing I heard throughout the entire week was, I wish I had known about this sooner. I didn't think it was for me. I'm not a tech company. I'm not a startup. These events were things that I cared about. We had everything from fashion to kids to engineering. And we've done the same this year. And I didn't want to go into a year where we weren't highlighting what the true value of all this effort and volunteer time and contributions from our community was. And that was to make an impact. The ecosystem was working through these opportunities. Really where the name came from, right? Let's make it not just make an impact, but create. It was because I think it communicates. I think we all it's that. I love it. I mean, you've come into it. You've been a part of it for a few years. Stars, and we're like top 5 for the state, and I think top 3 for the city. So we put some big stuff for this particular week when it comes globally, and then the change of the name change and kind of the perspective that you're seeing and what you're hearing.
Start.
Okay. Okay. So is Wendy's curriculum. Great question. I'm going to reference an economist from back Florida. Hey, you know, wrote a book about how he termed it, and I think that has continued to be researched and poked at and evolved and challenged and so on and so forth. But what it's really got to is it allowed and opened up the this whole sector to creatives. So anyone in arts and culture, anyone in creative industries like food and fashion, it really pulled apart that industry and said, you know what, and we've set a place for you, now you just need to come. To your point, a lot of folks do not consider themselves, done a great job with the brand, but the brand is much bigger way. Work. So, you're seeing food and the visual arts going together. So like maybe a potter, an opening by a potter who's also going to have a chef. And you have, so the presentation is a big part of it. You've got filmmakers and theater folks working together so that stage design now are being projected on stage. I mean, there's just so much that's going on within the entrepreneur and innovation field that is having a great impact on creativity, on how ideas are being delivered, on the cost, because all these ideas cost money. And usually you can't get an idea from its origination in your mind or in your heart to a stage or to a place because there's resource issues. And so that, the way that entrepreneurs are working together and communities are working together, I think is another great place. So these are places that I see growth can happen, like examples of how this is happening. Like I'd love to have a show here or have a demonstration as part of this Impact Week with some of the work that's happening. What are some ideas, some folks that are working kind of across a technology platform so that you've got a entrepreneur that's in Florida, an entrepreneur that's in another state, or maybe halfway across the world. How are they actually doing creative and even presentations either online or in person? Notch the idea of impact to another place and really take impact and say the impact is about my role in this world, about how I am impacting the world with my ideas, my energies, my collaborations. That's where another reason why I think that impact is another great step to take as this whole week is evolving.
Great energy. So that's awesome. And you is retail and beyond the tech. So we have retail entrepreneurship and really getting our students connected into the community or for 9 years. So, but from the perspective of the Juming Institute as well, I think getting our leaders, it is businesses, and Tallahassee is really known for besides tech, and getting the impact out, but also becoming the notice from investors and people's it is, and a good place to come to start a company, to be in the state. So I see that's where JMI can help be a bridge too, is getting out, connecting with, since we have these offices around the state, but interest in what's going on in Tallahassee and awareness of all the things that we do have here to offer.
My only last comment, and again, you're some other things. So if you're out there, if you are an entrepreneur that has, or you have an idea, or you're not sure, whatever, we need to meet you. So you need to reach out to COCA, you need to reach out to Jim Moran Institute, to Domi Station, and others. You connected. That's the thing. We are connected with each other, and all the resources we have. And I just really encourage you this week to connect.
in our students and our startups. Elixon's here in the audience, and he is one in the last Wednesday night of every month in the Juming building from 6 to 8. You know, we have students there, you know, building those bridges and reaching out and connecting between the community.
This and that this event is by the community. So if you don't see something that adds value or is interesting to you, get involved. Reach out to me at robert@impactweek.info. We can get you involved in the steering committee. We can get you involved in putting events on the calendar. We want this event to make sense for as many people in our community as possible, and we could not do it without our collaborations across the community. So with that, we're excited for this week. Take a look at some of the key events. We want to see you out. We want to see you participating. As Kathleen said, it's all about those connections, those collaborations. We all are welcoming you to walk up to us and have a conversation, reach out via email. Thank you so much, and we look
Chevy.
We're recording.
We're recording.
We're there you go.
Okay. All right. This is Babushka, por supuesto. Who else could it be, right? How are you? We're going to speak to now the director, the everything of TWAM, Mr. Benjamin Gunter.
Ta-da!
Yay!
Hola, hola.
Hola, hola, Benjamin. Okay, now, tell me. Pretend I don't know anything.
Oh, that'll take
You're
a
so
suspension.
funny. Good thing I love this man. Chef.
We're recording.
We're recording.
We're there you go.
Okay. Oh, Babushka, por supuesto. Who else could it be, right? How are you? We're going to speak to now the director, the everything of TWAM, Mr. Benjamin Gunter.
Ta-da!
Yay!
Hola, hola.
Hola, hola, Benjamin. Okay, now, tell me. Pretend I don't know anything.
Oh, that'll take a
You're so
suspension.
funny. Good thing I love this man. Tell us, TWAM, what is it and why is it?
All right. So TWAM stands for Theater with a Mission, TWAM, or actually Theater with a Mission condenses into TWAM. It's a group of volunteers, live theater, bring history to life. Because, you know, history gets written down on a page lots of times or recorded in a picture, which can say 1,000 words, but it's still basically 2 dimensions. Or maybe contained into an object, but many times the objects don't really have voices. Theater can step inside those objects and start to tell their stories. It can step inside that page that's got the chronicle, and it can start to bring you into touch, live in touch with the people who inhabited those events. It can step inside the picture and start to make it move. And that's what Theater with a Mission, TWAM, is about. Particularly at this point about stepping into Florida history and start to bringing Florida's Latin roots to the surface so everybody can experience and enrich themselves through those roots, whether they themselves have any Latin blood in them or not. Because Florida was part of the Spanish Empire for longer than it's been part of the United States of America. And yet most people who come to Florida still don't really think of it as rooted in Latinidad. They might go to Ybor City and have a wonderful experience, or to Miami and have a wonderful, or St. Augustine and have a wonderful experience of what's there in Hispanic culture now. But they don't tend to think of it as really rooted in Latinidad, but it's profoundly rooted there. So Theater with a Mission right now is working on plays that, perdóname, babushka, you have been baptized
La
again.
familia, la familia.
Yeah. It's working on plays that help people make that transition back to Florida's Latin roots. There's one particularly wonderful play for that called Nuevo Mundo Descubierto por Cristóbal Colón. It's by Lope de Vega, the Spanish Shakespeare, probably the greatest playwright that the world has ever seen. And around 1599, he wrote this play to celebrate a royal wedding in Spain. Interestingly enough, it's the first play in history to bring America onto stage, and Lope chooses to do that by bringing Native Americans in a royal wedding onto the stage. So it parallels Latinidad and mestizaje all the way through and gives you what Lope in the play himself calls an espejo. The characters in the play call a mirror for seeing your past and imagining your future. Perfect for Florida's quincentennial. It's got major characters that are named from characters from actual Florida history. It introduces oranges to the New World. It has natives who worship the sun and Spaniards who come there to do the same. And it brings up questions that have been very, very influential in Florida's history from the beginning and are shaping Florida's future now. Questions like, how do people from vastly different backgrounds share a place in the sun? How do people with fervently held religious convictions share their faith with others without imposing it on them? So it's a really, really great play for exploring that. And through the characters in the play, characters like Fray Wheel, the first priest to come from Latinidad into the New World, help you get a glimpse of that. Characters like Terrazas, a Spanish adventurer who comes to the New World and make his fortune to find what he thinks is going to be happiness, help you step inside and examine, what does it mean to be happy? What does it mean to be Christian? And Native American characters like Takwe, the Native American who observes the first weapon of mass destruction come from the old world to the new world.
We're talking code, and you'll see
We
why.
are. It's a riddle, and you have to solve it for yourself. I can't give it away. It wouldn't be fair. Okay. You're able to stand in face to face, meet these characters, and watch your history come alive and give you glimpses of what the future could become.
Ya saben, the reason for TWAM, the reason we're going to continue, and the reason we're here to stay. Follow us. Bienvenidos todos.
Botox Cosmetic Day is back. Buy one $50 gift card, get one free. Join Allie at BotoxCosmeticDay.com.
excited to have you for next week at our speaker. Delmas is our next speaker, talking about the importance of filming in Florida. Juming.
Thank you, guys. Oh, you can get good on this. This is good. All right, so yeah, today we're just going to talk about the importance of filmmaking, particularly in the state, because I mean, there are some things going on with the state of Florida makers, and I myself to be an advocate. So, for the state of Florida, I'd like to discuss a little bit of what that's going to look like today. So firstly, we'll just do a small introduction of myself. My name is Juming Delmas. I'm a local filmmaker here in Tallahassee. My filmmaking process started when I was about 8 or 9 years old, when I realized I wanted to be in the industry. It happened when I watched a movie called The Wild Wild West back in 1999, starring Will Smith. Yeah, so I saw that movie. It wasn't the movie that made me realize the film industry. It was the behind the scenes. I liked the movie more than I actually liked the movie. So that's when I knew that at that point I went to the filming industry. And from that moment, I've done things like wrote my own plays, did it for small communities, had plays, remixed different plays, and did it for different types of communities up until I got into high school. And when I graduated, I had like $1,200 in my pocket, and I flew straight to New York City. And I went to New York City. I lived up there for about 6 to 7 years. And I worked acting in New York City. I worked with a lot of names, Tommy Jones, Larry David, Steven Spielberg. I was also able to work with Eric Estrada, Tony Shalhoub, John Leguizamo, many other different type of celebrities and actors that I worked with in the past just by working up in New York City as an actor. And then I came back to Florida to come back to school to pick up a degree in what I knew I was passionate about, which is filmmaking. And I went to Florida State University where I got my master's degree in communications with a focus in video production, primarily documentary storytelling. And that's kind of a small history of like where the process began for me. So I wanted to kind of start off with the different types of filming. There's multiple types of filming, but I think it's imperative that we talk about the different things so that as we're going through the importance of filmmaking, we understand what some of these terminologies mean. So we're only going to films, and the first one we're going to cover is feature films. A lot of people are familiar with feature films. This is basically what you go to the movie theater and watch when you're sitting at the theater and you're looking at a film for about an hour an hour and 20 minutes to 3 hours long. That's considered a feature film. It takes a lot of work, takes a lot of planning, sometimes takes years to make the film itself, especially in development and pre-production phase. It takes an extremely long time to make these type of films. The next type of films is short films. This is kind of where my world is at. And short films are really good because it showcases the type of filmmaker you are. They are under 60 minutes. While short films are great, you can make a 3-minute film. But the beauty part about short films is you're able to do these types of films and send your work off to different film festivals. The con to it is when making a short film, it's really hard to get it on mainstream, different networks, platforms like Netflix and all that. They're typically looking for feature films outside of short films. But short films are great to get your skills and talents out on that. The next one is documentary storytelling. This is the type of film that require, this is more of advocating for a change or a cause. While you have some level of control, like versus a short film and a feature film, you have all the creative control. On this one, the subjects are actually telling the story and you're documenting the story. And typically a documentary is designed so that you're bringing a cause or a change of something in the community or surrounding areas. And the last one is animated films. To be honest, this is to me fairly the because you think you want to shoot your film. If I want to blow up a building, I can only get that building up. One shot. You got to do it right. But animation, you can replay it, redo it, rebuild it, do it all. So it's you have way much more creative control with animated films. Pretty self-explanatory, but again, this is a cheaper route, but it is expensive when you're talking about editing and hiring a graphic designer and things of that nature. The filmmaking process. So this is going to be important because we're going to be talking about some of the importance of why it's important to film in Florida, but I want to make sure we all understand some. The first one is the development phase, and the development phase consists is the most important part of filmmaking. This is where, in order to make this film happen, this process has to come through. So this is where the story is developed. You come up with an idea, and if you're smart, you would have an idea, you would have a team of writers assist you with the actual script. Once you have an idea, like, hey, I want to make this film, great. You like it, you write it, and then the next thing you do is you look for a producer. In my situation, I'm a director, writer, and producer, so I primarily produce my own films. So with that, but I do hire writers to actually write the scripts. And then the producer looks at the script, says, okay, this is great. Based off the script, it's going to cost us X amount of dollars to shoot something like this. We need these many actors, we have these many locations, we need this many cars that need to be blown up, we need this, that, and the third, we need catering, blah, blah, blah. So we come up with a whole budget list just off of the script. And that's how we come up with our finance budgeting on what it's going to cost to create this. The pre-production phase. This is where primarily all of the hiring process happens. This is where we start hiring the directors, looking for actors, funding's there. We got it through grants or investors, and now we're not looking for actors, location scouting, other co-producers. We're also looking at different casting directors. This is where the storyboard is being developed, the camera guy, lighting guys, gappers, and all that. So this is where all of the hiring process starts. And also in the pre-production phase, you're rehearsing. You're rehearsing with your actors, your talent, and going through the entire little process of the pre-production phase. Also, legal. There's a lot of legality in filmmaking, making sure copywritten things are in place. There's no any kind of legal issue. So it's always good to have a PR person, also entertainment and attorney in the hiring process. And this is what most people are familiar with, which is this is what inspired me to get it guys behind the scenes. Production is actually on set. Being on set, getting the film created. Typically, it can take like a couple months to make a film. This is the shortest part of making a movie, is production. Pre-production, development takes much longer, post-production takes much longer. This is actually the shortest part, but it's also the most important piece because what they're shooting is what you're gonna see. And this is where everybody's on set. You can have anywhere from 20. And then the next phase is post-production. This probably it could take up to 6 to 9 months to complete. And this is where all the editing is done, where they're gluing all the pieces. They're still very involved in the post-production portion because they're taking notes on what was the best shots, what makes the most sense, what's going to actually align with the story. And if there's any visual effects or if there's any sound editing, there's always going to be sound editing. Everything we see in movies and TVs, from sound when they're walking on the floor or walking in the grass or wind blowing, whatever the case is, that's all called faux. Sounds are actually purposefully designed so that it matches with what's happening on the screen. And then other times in post-production, we'll be shooting a film, you can shoot a film and an airplane goes right over the actor's head and just drowns out their audio. So then what happens is we have to bring the actors in to do what's called ADR, audio dialogue recording. Now they're calling it dubbing. And that's basically where they're just restating the same exact lines, creating the same exact emotions. Then color grading, which is very important. Most of the time when we're shooting on camera, on set, it's not already set in color. It's set in what's called log or raw, which we won't go into that. And it's just basically saying you have more creative control in the editing booth to color it any way you want it. Like horror films is primarily done in like a low blue color, bluish orange color to give a cool look. Or if you want like a summer breeze, you're gonna have like the oranger color. Titles, screening, things like that. And then the final step is distribution. This is another important piece. This is how we're gonna get the film out there. Different networks, different platforms, different film festivals. top name film festivals to get your name, the type of work you do out there, promoting and pushing it out there, and also for theatrical release. So now we can get kind of like into why we're here, making movies in Florida. I used to be here, primarily in Orlando, and then it stopped. A lot of the filmmaking process stopped back in 2016. And these are some of the films that were made in Florida. So we have Bad Boys, Marley and Me, Moonlight, which is Barry Jenkins, who's an FSU film student here, Scarface, and Ace Ventura: Detective. This is what it costs to make these films. Bad Boys, $19 million, Marley, $60, Moonlight, $4, Scarface, $25, and Ace Ventura. Why this is went into our state, that actual local area in the state of Florida. So a totality of just these 5 movies alone, you're looking at $123 million that went back to our residents, went back to hotels, car rentals, restaurants, whatever the case. This is the type of money, this is what is being spent on these particular movies in the state of Florida. So on average, this looks kind of crazy, don't that look crazy? So for the screen production location, so if you're shooting a television series, it's gonna cost about $75,000 per day to shoot a television series. So if they're shooting a television series here in Tallahassee, it's gonna cost them $75,000. That's $75,000 to pay the actors, to pay the area. For cable TV series, you're looking at $100,000 per day. And as you guys are familiar with the term feature films, a movie is $150,000 per day that's going back to our community when the film is being shot here in the area. So obviously the economic impact on average, a feature film on average, so out of these films that we watch on average, $20 million actually comes back to the residential area of where the film was shot. And that's what we were talking about with the hotels, the cost of food, hiring people, creating new jobs for individuals and things of that nature. So that's where the 20 million comes in. And these are the type of jobs, because it's not just filmmakers. You're not just talking about camera guys and sound guys. You're talking about individuals in the catering department, makeup artists, production assistant. And a production assistant can be a man here says, hey, I see they're shooting a film. I just want to come out and help out on set. You hire a local individual to come out on set to assist you with just the day-to-day. We typically call them runners as well, when they do different little areas for the production, getting themselves involved in the filmmaking process. Publicists, extras. Extras are individuals like you and I. We all can be an extra in a movie. In the background, those are all the background people who are involved. Those are all residents of that particular area where the film is being shot. All of those guys make money. All those residents make side money on top of their jobs and things of that nature. Of course, accounting, interior design, and of course, security. What's also not up here is carpentry, and plumbers, and electricians. These are all the type of people that are needed to make a film. But these are not filmmakers. These are day-to-day jobs that we see on a day-to-day, which is very important because we create those jobs. So the importance of shooting in the state of Florida is because once we start shooting in the state of Florida, we attract more tourism. Hey, Spider-Man was shot here. Spider-Man was shot here. So what happens is, hey, Spider-Man was shot in downtown Tallahassee. So now what happens is, in downtown Tallahassee becomes like a tourist area. Everybody wants to know where it was shot. They want to get pictures. They want to see where he was swinging from building to building and things like that. It now becomes a tourist attraction, meaning more money that comes into the state. Not even counting the $20 million we were talking about prior to. Year-round filmmaking. All right, so let's be real. And I had this conversation when I was in LA. I was talking about a film that I was working on, The Ballerina's Curse, and they had me do a Q&A session. And I told them, honestly, Florida, our actors look better. I wasn't trying to be funny. It was they look better, our cities look better, our beaches look better. California, we have so many different types of area in Florida. Like, you pass that Gainesville line, and all the palm trees are gone. You get into the rural area, you start looking more like Tallahassee, South Georgia. But then once you go below Gainesville, you the beaches, the palm trees. So you have different scenery. You have plenty of places in Florida that look like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre can be shot there, kind of thing. So plenty of different type of locations that can be used here in the state of Florida, which will make great filmmaking movies. Of course, diverse locations, what we just talked about. We have a lot of historical landmarks here. Even in Tallahassee, we have a lot of historical buildings here. Vibrant cities, less forests, and as we all know, Tallahassee is very canopy, treesy area. So, it really gives a different dynamic, a different scenery outside of seeing New York City all the time in movies, seeing Los Angeles all the time in movies. Film festival. So also we can create our own, while we do have film festivals here, it would encourage more film festivals to be created here in the state of Florida, where that can be another business ownership. We can create more business ownerships by more filmmakers creating more film festivals and hosting it here in the state and bringing more of our films here in the state of Florida. Educational opportunities. Florida State University has one of the top film schools in the country. I think they're number 15, out of all the film schools. They're ranked up there. University of Central Florida as well, and Miami. So another reason why it's important is because we talked about documentary storytelling and advocating for documentary. Documentaries are very important for preservation reasons, like when we're talking about restoring or keeping historical buildings, documenting these with documentations and documentary shows the importance of this. It kind of gives everyone a visual versus, hey, I'm just writing about this. We can actually see the beauty and the art of all of the preservations that we have in the state of Florida. There's a lot of history in Florida, and a lot of history that's lost. So with documentaries, the purpose of the documentaries is to save those locations and preserve those locations and start turning those into more tourist attraction places. Government support. So the biggest issue that we're having with the state of Florida and why there's no more filming done here is because they took away film incentives for Floridians, for Florida filmmakers. So that's why Hollywood doesn't come here anymore. That's why when we make films, it makes sense to go to Georgia, New York, Texas, California, because there's film incentives. We have actors here. It's hard for filmmakers to try to pay these actors or get investors because there's really no real incentive for Florida filmmakers. So that's why these filmmakers go elsewhere outside of the state of Florida. So we want to start advocating more for more incentives in the state of Florida for filmmakers so that we can start bringing some of these filmmakers back to the state, creating more jobs for filmmakers and our residents here in our area, and bringing more money back in the state. Obviously, the amount of community engagement that's going to happen, job opportunities, location rentals, volunteer involvement. When I was a kid, if I could have jumped on any movie set at that time, I would have PA'd, whatever, just even if I volunteered, just to kind of get my feet wet in the business so that I could start making myself known in the industry versus having to go to New York City. Because a lot of the issues that's happening is we have our film students here in Tallahassee who they go to school here, they graduate, most of them are Floridians, and they leave. So they leave their families, their friends, to go to another state where they're going to get most of their work. We're trying to get to a point where we want to keep our Florida filmmakers here with their families, with their friends, where they can still make a living doing what they do. We have a lot of individuals who I work on projects with who volunteer their time to our movie sets because they're passionate about what they do. If we had more opportunities for our local actors, our local filmmakers, by creating these incentives and being able to have more opportunities for our filmmakers here in the state, I think that not only will we bring more money to the state, but we'll also be creating more dreams for people who have a passion for it. And I tell people all the time, it's like, why do you go filmmaking? It's like, unfortunately, that's just the destiny that was given to me. You became a doctor, you became a lawyer, you became a police officer. Like, what was given to you is what was given to you. That's just your gift. I didn't choose it, it was given. So it's the same thing. We want to promote more of that filmmaking and bringing more people to the state of Florida to reality. And again, advocacy in film. We're currently working on a film as we're wrapping up here. As we talked about documentary storytelling, and the importance of documentary storytelling. Documentaries are designed to advocate. And what we want to do is we want to create opportunities for individuals and preserve and talk about the things that are not happening here. So we're working on a documentary called The Infinite Spectrum. And it's a documentary that focuses on autism and bringing more working opportunities to the autism community. So obviously I'm a real big advocate for workforce. Filmmakers and also for autism. So basically the purpose of the is most of us know someone, whether it's a family member, whether it's a child who is autistic. And the biggest fear that we have for our loved ones is when we pass, how do they survive? Well, how do we survive? We gotta work. But if we're in an environment that does not allow or does not know how to accommodate a person with autism and what that looks like in the workforce, like any job, or company, as hazardous or a risk taking. So we want to create a documentary called Infinite Spectrum that demonstrates the gifts and talents of an individual on the spectrum. Because the thing with autism is you're dealing with individuals who are not capable of working. It's just we have to teach them. We have to learn a different way of working so that we can create more inclusion in this workforce. And so with autism, they're very repetitive. And like anything in life, when you repeat things consistently, you become an expert. And so if we find or create jobs for individuals on the spectrum that tailors to what they do, we'll be able to help promote more work inclusion for individuals on the autism spectrum. So what we're going to do, and it's called Infinite Spectrum for a reason, because we're not going to make a document. We're going to make an episodic document. Episodic means we're going to create episodes, because we don't want one story to dictate every story. So that's why we're inventing. We would do it state by state by state. We would get 6 subjects from each state with compelling stories with unique gifts and skills and talents, and utilize those individuals and capture their moments and walk us through their process. We're not just going to work with subjects, we're going to work with businesses as well to demonstrate, to certain businesses who advocate or who hire a person on the spectrum so that they can show other companies what that would look like, how that is done, how can we include that, how can we create that. I advocate for this film heavily. I have a meeting, literally right after this presentation with State Representative Tamp, and this is what we're giving them as far as the one page, as far as demonstrating how important it's going to be. So obviously, we talked about the 4 different stages of filmmaking. We are currently in the development phase. We haven't even jumped into the pre-production phase. We're in the development phase of this documentary. So we are working on funding. And because we don't have incentives in the state of Florida, funding becomes very challenging. So what the government has done, which is, lucky for us at this current moment, they have created what is called a tax code incentive 181. This was supposed to expire in 2024. It was supposed to be good over for 4 years, starting in 2020. And what the tax incentive is, it allows an investor, individual investor, and company investor to invest into the documentary or in filmmaking, and they'll be able to get 100% write-off on their investment for the investment in film. So why is that good for the investors? Well, one is because now you're advocating for a cause, you get promoted in the movie, you will also get proper credit for the movie, and this is a great marketing opportunity for investors and businesses who are advocating for the same thing. We're advocating for creating more job opportunities for a person on the autism spectrum. And for me, because we're advocating for people on the autism spectrum, it would make sense for us to shoot a documentary if we didn't hire a crew member on the autism spectrum, and utilizing them in that capacity for whoever wants to be filmmakers. So we want to also not just do it, but practice what we preach to create more inclusion. Because we know as human beings, we're always adapting to change. Not everybody not everybody had the opportunity to work with women, Black people. I mean, it was a constant thing. We had to include this into our society. Now we're jumping into a new wave of people. And so we now have to find another way to include these individuals into our working society, to create more job opportunities, to create more stability for those individuals. So when parents and loved ones pass away, they know that person that they've been caring for is well taken care of. So Infinite Spectrum is currently now in the like I said, is currently now in the development phase. We're currently working on making this happen. And again, documentary storytelling is what I specialize in at Florida State University. So I wanted to tap in and use that skill. And I'll leave with this. Someone told me once that we all can follow our dreams, whatever the case is, but if you leave this world and your community, or the world wasn't impacted, or the world was not impacted by your passing, means you didn't do enough. And this here is where we start bringing people together to do enough to advocate for our community. Thanks. This is Q&A. I'm ready. Yes.
All right. So I understand the flow to the film community with the lax of tax incentives and how they also closed up the film office for the state of Florida. Aside from working with Representative Tant and others who I'd be curious to know who are your supporters in the legislature right now, what else can the communities do, or what else can other individuals do to help with that, to bring it back? Because Georgia is killing us right now.
Killing us.
And so is Louisiana.
Yeah, killing us. Ain't nothing real bad. So what communities can do is what we just talked about. This is why we create this documentary. Filmmakers have to create the opportunity for the community to be able to do something. So what happens is, when we say, hey, when we get in front of legislators and we start talking to representatives, we say, hey, we created this film, we had our community invest, we had our people, we created jobs, we were able to bring the community together, we were able to create these events by these funds and things like that. Like the state wants to look at, their biggest thing is how are we going to create job opportunities? How are we going to create investment opportunities? I think for something like that, for the community to be more involved, to start supporting more of the films that are happening. Because the biggest thing is finding people to support the films. And what's crazy is you go to Los Angeles and it's heaven. Like, it's just crazy the amount of support that communities give to filmmaking. And I think what we have to do as a community is start really understanding and supporting different causes. You don't have to support a movie, but I think starting out with documentaries like myself, because we're going to use this documentary as an opener to when we're talking to Senator Simon, State Representative Tant, and I'm also working with State Representative Campbell. We're going to use this documentary to showcase not just the documentary, but the connections that it has made, the partnerships that it has made, the exposures that it has given to companies, individuals, and businesses, and also, on top of that, the jobs that it's created for individuals on the autism spectrum. Because at the end of the day, movies are designed to tell a story, right? So you have to tell a story. People don't read anymore. So what you have to do, you have to show them. And that's how we do that.
And is another way to get through to those individuals through like tourism offices or that local film office that may be in those counties here in the state?
So what is your question?
So would being able to also get more community involvement be going through those
Correct.
As well?
Yes, going through those different entities. I know COCA had a big thing happening with the arts and things like that. Like, I think really getting more involved into the film commission stuff, find out what's being filmed, find out what's being shot, find out what you want to be a part of. Because we document these, get behind the scenes. The community came together, the press starts getting involved, right? Community came together to help shoot X, Y, and Z, like it happened. And then once the state starts seeing that, at some point, but the problem is, a lot of filmmakers are afraid to advocate. Fortunately, I'm not, So I'm just a brave soul. But I know, the mission is long, the mission is hard, but it's not impossible because it was once here and not even that long ago. So at some point, it was happening, but then it stopped.
Thank you.
No problem. What you got, brother?
So, as a filmmaker, how do we bridge the gap between the idea and knowing all the components that because it's intimidating to see everything that's kind of involved in the filmmaking.
Yeah.
So how do we bridge the gap between the idea and action?
Okay. So I had that battle between bridging it. So what helped me was I like, so a lot of people, when I stopped, I worked a really high paying job before I opened up my video production service. I was working a very high paying job, and I quit and opened this up. And a lot of people thought I was crazy for doing it. But the reality of it is, a lot of people don't know, it's called show business. There's twice as many words in the word business as there is in the word show. At the end of the day, it's still a business. So still understanding the business side of the filmmaking process is what's going to be more important than actually turning on the camera, hitting record it, because it's still a business. And so what does it take to operate a business? It's the same exact thing. You know, you don't have to make a $120 million film. You can make a $2 million film, a $500,000 film, and still be able to say, how do we get a return on investment? How do we create jobs? How do we so and so and so? So you still look at it like a business, because that's exactly what it is. And that's how you bridge kind of that gap, by understanding that it's not just the art, it's a business. Anything else? Yes, sir.
So where can I go in Tallahassee to see a short film festival? Is there anything that you're involved with? Like you said, short films was your kind of your expertise. So
Yeah.
Where can I go to find out more information on your premiere or things that are happening in the short film community?
So there's a lot of, so the Film Commission is one. We have a really small film festival here. It's the TIFF, T-I-F-F. And typically there's a platform, you can go to TIFF and like it'll show you the different films. Like at that film festival, it shows you all the little mini films that are done in Tallahassee. I personally don't put my films there. And the reason being is because, again, I do push mine out for distribution, and with some film festivals and distribution, they don't want it to be exposed out to the public or anything like that. And then until you hear a yes or no, we'll accept it, or we've gotten it, or we've gotten an award. But typically, for me personally, you find most of our stuff on our website, and that's the thing. At one point, it's so sad. What was it called there? The Film Commission. I spoke at a committee in front of all of the state representatives and Senator Simon, and they were talking about getting rid of the film incentives. Here in the state, we were talking about getting rid of the film incentives. And I went to speak about it, and I did get a letter of recognition for it because when I spoke about the importance of keeping the incentives and things of that nature, because we're already drowning. Why are we trying to put us in more water? I feel, in all reality, I feel like even the organizations, in my opinion, I feel like are somewhat backing out because they're not getting a return on investment. They're not getting a return on investments because there's just not enough film things happening. So that's why they're like, we just need to remove the incentives. We don't have enough work going on, blah, 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 blah. And so they decided to not remove the incentives. They just decided, I forgot what the company they partnered with. They just decided to move it. But I think that you can get a lot of the information from the film commissioners and things like that. That's where you can kind of go to start looking at things like that. Yes, ma'am.
So, given that, like you said, filmmaking is also a business,
Right.
Have you found that there's unity and collaboration amongst filmmakers in Tallahassee and in Florida, or that you're kind of incentivized to have to compete against each other?
You want me to answer that truthfully?
Yeah.
To be honest, I think that because it's a business, most filmmakers always look at it like competition. They're always competing because this is your competition. These are your individuals. Instead of necessarily collaborating like we should, it's a little hard. Even when I go to film festivals here in the state of Florida, and I go to different film festivals, there's always talk about, that's not what I expected at a film festival. Especially here, like I went to one and the filmmakers were just all for truthfully self. And that's another big issue, is there's not enough connections that we're trying to make and collaborate and make one voice, because everybody trying to be quote unquote the famous director instead of trying to really focus on really the problem at hand. When I went to California for a film festival, when I went to New York for a film festival, when I went to North Carolina for a film festival, completely different ballgame. Completely. Like, you go out there and people are just coming up to you, hey, what do you do? Hey, yo, let's connect. Hey, let's do. There's all that. So you can definitely see the cultural difference in filmmakers from festival to festival to festival to festivals. And I think that we just got to, and not all of them are like that. I think we have to get out of the idea of we're not competition. While we are a business, we're not competition. We're all still one unit. And I think that that's the challenge that we are running into. Sarah?
If you have students that are in like the high school age that are looking to make a career in film in the state of Florida, what's the best advice you would give them?
Join filmmakers, like different filmmaker groups, and on Facebook, social media, also word of mouth. You already know that I work with Sarah. Sarah has worked on, I don't know, 4 of my projects faithfully. As a matter of fact, this is the ballerina from the Ballerina's Curse. She is the actual ballerina. We had to put on some prosthetic makeup. How long did you take your makeup?
Like 2 hours.
2 hours. Put on her makeup, but it's an experience.
Yeah.
And that's what we do. We create those experiences for our residents. And so what happens is, and I would definitely, you're involved with a lot of students and things like that. Say, hey, there's a film being shot. Just try to come on as an extra. Try to like encourage them to come on as an extra. Come on as a PA to help out with assisting on the set. Just set the expectation up front. Filmmaking is a lot of work. Just looks fun. It's a lot of work. Countless hours. When we did the Ballerina's Curse, we were on set from 3 o'clock in the afternoon to about 4 o'clock in the morning. Just that one piece of film, working. But they ate, we fed them, we had catering, we had music, we had relaxing, but it's an experience. And then it was shot in Monticello, Florida. So I think with that, just encouraging more people, because you're connected, and I think that's a big thing for actors and other filmmakers, is to try to connect those kids and students to the different projects to get more involved and assisting out with that. Any other questions?
Just interesting what you got going on. If you can tell us some things that you're working on in the upcoming years or so.
Yeah. So right now the biggest project is this Infinite Spectrum. I think this is going to be a really huge project. We were already working with Rova Media on this project, and they're coming up with a logo for this documentary, because we don't just want to make a documentary, we want to make it like a signature merch for individuals. And also ESP Media has taken a liking to this documentary, and they want to come on as a PR firm for the documentary. So these are things that we will pitch to the representatives on the connections that we're making and the multitude of businesses that are trying to get involved. So this will be our biggest project, and then we'll continue to work on smaller short film projects, continue to give more opportunities for our local actors and crew members to start getting their names up there and things of that nature. We give IMDb credit because that's the resume for filmmakers, IMDb. If you Google me, you will find my first thing that pops up is an IMDb. And that's your credentials as a filmmaker in the industry. Cool. All right. Thank you all.
Juming, just want to say thank you very much. Just wanted to wrap up, and if you need more information about Juming and his organization and some of the things that he's working on, we'll make sure that we post a link to his information. But thank you, Juming, for the information, and we look forward to the next time that we get this opportunity to speak with you.
Welcome back. We're excited here to have Kira with us, who will be doing headshots throughout the week. Be sure to take a chance to come in and get yours. Kira, you can tell us about your background and what we're doing here this week.
Yeah, so my name is Kira Derryberry. I have been a photographer here in Tallahassee for 14 years. I have a studio located in downtown Tallahassee. Today we're going to be doing complimentary headshots sponsored by Impact Week. So if you stop by today, even if you haven't registered, you definitely can come in and get a headshot.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And
Thank
we'll
you.
head into our first 12 o'clock, where we'll be learning more about growing your credit. How do you say your first name?
What's that?
How do you say your first name?
Andre.
Andre.
Yep.
You want to step off the side? Test. Andre? Andre?
Yes, Andre.
Okay. I'll bring you up.
Sure.
Come on. Ajay will be talking about growing your credit. Ajay, come on up and we'll get you started.
All right, thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Well, we want to welcome everybody that's out there, everybody who's watching online, everybody who's here in person. My name is Andre Harris. I am the Community Development Manager for Envision Credit Union. So I am kind of public facing for Tallahassee and Gaston County here in this region. And I am here to talk to you a little bit about how to build and increase your credit score. A lot of us have questions, concerns. A lot of us think we understand how credit works, and maybe we have kind of a general idea of how it works and how to build it and maintain it. But I'm here to maybe answer some questions that you may have, maybe bust some myths that you may have, maybe confirm some things that you already know. But we're here to talk all about credit and kind of get into the weeds here. So if you have those questions, hopefully I can answer some of those for you. So we're going to start off. We're going to kind of talk about the goals of this workshop. So like I said, we're going to be talking about credit, how it works, how to build it, how to maintain it, and how to repair it if for whatever reason you've gotten off track. Happens to all of us. We'll kind of discuss that in a little bit. So we're not going to do a check-in, but let's start talking about credit scores. Now, when we talk about credit, the first thing we usually think about is the score, that number, that 3-digit number that we have, right? But what does that score represent, right? Some of us know it's a 3-digit number, it has ranges, but what does that really represent? Well, if you think about that score, that number, it's really how trustworthy are you? I like to think about it as like a credibility score, right? So if you have a high credibility score, and I give you $100, and you say, I'm going to give it back next week. Well, if you have a high score, you're more likely to give me that $100 back, right? However, if you have a low score, and I give you $100, and you say, you promise you're going to give it back next week, but you have a history of never giving back that $100, then you probably have a low credibility score. You're not very trustworthy. And so that's why that score is a little lower. It's based off your past history. That's all it is. It's not whether or not we like you. It's not whether or not we like the shoes you wore this morning or whatever it is. It's really your past behaviors and how trustworthy do we think you are at this point, right? That doesn't mean that number can't change and adjust. It just means at this point, it's a snapshot of how we think, how trustworthy you may be. Like I want to pause right here and say, credit can be complicated. Credit can do things that we don't expect. So anybody who's in the room right now, if you have questions, feel free to stop me and ask, all right, at any point. If you're online and you have questions, just type them in the chat. We'll find some kind of way to figure out, who's saying what and answer those questions for you. But I really, really, really want to answer those questions for you today if you have them. Because I want anybody here to leave here confused or still concerned about how credit works, all right? So let's talk about credit scores. So FICO, you might hear the word FICO every once in a while. Seems weird. Well, FICO is really just a company. It's called the Fair Isaac Company. They changed their name back in the 50s for whatever reason to FICO to kind of simplify things. But really, that's the company who comes up with that score, okay? Now, your credit report is a separate entity from your credit score. The way they integrate together is the credit report contains all the information on who you owe, how much you owe, how long you've owed them, how much you owe them, all that information, did you pay on time, all that is consolidated into a report that's distributed by the credit bureaus, which we'll talk about in a little bit. What happens with that report is that report gets sent over to FICO. FICO puts it in their algorithm, blender, whatever what you want to call it. They spit out a score, a number, based on what's on that report, okay? So FICO is that company that does that. Now, why am I highlighting FICO? Because there are other credit scoring models out there. But FICO is kind of the main one that we hear about and that we use, all right? FICO is probably the one that you're gonna run into when you're getting a loan from the bank or from a car dealership or whatever. You're gonna see your FICO score, all right? But I don't want you to be confused if you ever see another score, another model. They're just off some other stuff. So for instance, sometimes mortgages we model than FICO. But for the most part, FICO is that score that you're gonna see. All right, so why is FICO important? Because again, FICO is who comes up with that number. Now I'll ask the people in the room, what is the lowest possible credit score? Anybody wanna guess or know? Anybody know?
350.
350, any other guesses?
0.
So the answers were 350 and 0. And the truth is you're both correct, okay? 350 and 0, all right? It's kind of a trick question. Now, if you have a 350, that means you have the lowest possible score you can get, okay? If you have a score, that's the lowest possible it can go. Now, I will say 350 is very difficult to get. I've never seen a 350 in all my years in banking. You almost have to borrow money and then not pay it back on purpose to get a 350. So we don't see too many of those. We see in the 400s, 450s, that type of stuff, but not really down in the 3s. Now that's if you have a score. Now a 0 means what? No credit history, that's right. So you've never had credit, or you haven't had credit in a very long time. All right, you can go back to a 0 if you don't use credit for a long time, okay? So it just means you have no reportable credit history at this point, all right? Now, is 0 bad?
It depends.
Depends on what?
If you're trying to borrow money.
There we go. Credit's not important until you need it, all right? That's always my answer to that question. So if you want to buy a house, it's very difficult to buy it. Not a lot of us have $350,000 laying around. That's the average house in Tallahassee right now. So not a lot of us have that just lying around. So if you want to buy a house, you probably are going to need credit at some point, all right? So, but until then, if you're not trying to do anything else, it's not that important to you, all right? But for the most part, most of us need credit for stuff at some point in our lives, right? Now, 0 is not bad. And there's an old saying that says, no score is better than low score. Y'all agree with that?
Maybe. Depends.
Again, depends on what you're trying to do. But in the general sense, you would rather have a 0 than a low credit score. Your life will probably be a little bit more difficult if you have a really low credit score than if you just simply have a 0, okay? Now, so that's on the low end, 350 and 0. Usually younger people straight out of high school, people in college, stuff like that, they'll have the 0s, all right? And yes, it's going to be difficult to get credit, and you have to build that credit. We'll talk about strategies on how to start credit from scratch, because I get a lot of those questions a lot of times, but it's not impossible. It can be done. So let's talk about the high end. What's the highest possible credit score?
800.
850.
It's somewhere around 850. These are approximations. There's no exact. It's somewhere around 850. I have never personally seen an 850. I've seen 840s, stuff like that. What kind of people do you think have those high 800 scores? Or mid 800, I should say.
Very responsible.
Very responsible people? Okay.
They
That's a
are
part of it.
never late.
Never late?
They don't miss a payment.
Okay.
And they probably have credit available that they are not using.
Another big part of it. All right, let's do some stereotypes real quick. It's not a bad stereotype, I promise. All right, do you think these are younger people or older people?
Older.
Why?
Had a longer time to get credit history.
Credit history, boom, yes. It is usually, not always, usually older people who have these super high credit scores, okay? They have a long credit history, and they paid off big stuff like what? Houses, yes. Yeah. All right. I've only seen the 850 or the high 8s, mid 8s, or whatever you want to call it, with people who have paid off a house or two, okay? Now, we're going to learn in a second that you don't have to have an 850, all right? That is magical unicorn territory. It is not absolutely necessary. So your goal in life does not have to be to get an 850 credit score, all right? But, and here we go. We're going to talk about it now. Here are kind of the ranges of credit scores. So when you go to borrow money, when you go to a bank, when you go to a dealership, when you go to wherever you go, wherever you get that credit card or wherever you go, there's going to be a range that you're going to fit into. Those ranges will determine things like whether or not your application is accepted or denied. It's going to also determine what interest rate range you're going to end up in, okay? So the lower range on the scale doesn't necessarily mean you're always going to get a no, but it may mean you get a really high interest rate, okay? So ranges, you see them up there, those are not exact. Every place you go is going to be slightly different. This is kind of a generalization. And if I'm going to be completely honest, if you see up there, everything from like a 750 on up, in the banking world, we consider that perfect credit, okay? We treat you the same whether you have 750 or all the way up to 850. It's all the same to us, all right? That's why I said earlier, you don't have to really grasp at that 850. As long as you're in those high to mid sevens, you're pretty good, all right? So hopefully I took some stress off of some people's shoulders right there. But even if you're in the low sevens, even if you're in the sixes, you can still get decent credit. You can still get decent loans, decent interest rates and stuff like that. Now, I also want to preface, if you're on that lower end, if you're in those mid to high 500s, maybe you're even in the 400s, that does not mean you're a bad person, okay? Life happens to everyone, all right? Some of us are one paycheck, one layoff away from not being able to pay our mortgage, okay? And so life just happens. If you end up in that circumstance, if you end up with a low credit score, I don't want you to think that you failed or it's over or whatever. You can get back on your feet. You can do what you need to do to get that score back up. It's going to take time, but you can help that, okay? Now, again, you can buy houses, you can buy cars, you can buy whatever you need with those lower credit scores. However, your interest rate is going to take a big hit. You're going to have a high interest rate, which means high interest rates means you're paying more for that thing you're trying to buy. All right? For example, if you buy the average new car right now is about $35,000, which is bonkers. So buy a $35,000 car, finance it for 5 years, 60 months, which is kind of the average, or it used to be. I think it's more like 66 months now. Anyways, you finance it for 5, 6 years or whatever. At the end of the day, that $35,000 car is going to end up costing you about $40,000 or $42,000 or whatever the math ends up being. I'm an art major, not a math major, so forgive me. But anyways, you end up paying more. You're paying to borrow the money. All right, so those interest rates, those percentage points really do make a big difference. I know you don't see it right now when you're making your monthly payments, but really at the end of the day, those interest rates are really important. So that's why it's so important to stay on top of your credit and make sure that your credit is working for you and not against you. Make sense? Any questions so far in the room? Cool. Awesome. Do you have any questions online? Does anybody know? Awesome. Means I'm doing okay. All right. What makes up your credit score? So, I kind of have to look up because some of the stuff is stuff we're not going to do. Okay, here we go. How do we figure out what that score is going to be? Now, the credit bureaus do not give us a blueprint. They don't tell us how credit scores are made up. But over the years, we've been able to kind of figure out and ascertain kind of how your score is divvied up. We figured out that 35% of your score is payment history. Now, what does payment history mean? What do you think? Say payment history, what does that mean?
How often you make your payments on time?
There you go. How often do you make your payments on time? Do you make your payments on time? Have you always made your payments on time? Have you missed a payment? Okay? All of that stuff is important. Your payment history is the biggest chunk. If you miss one payment, that can drop your score 70, 80 points, right? It can be bad for a little while. Now, there's good news. So, I'm trying to think of the percentage. 40% of your score is based on the past 18 months of activity, okay? Which means the stuff that happened recently affects you more than the things that happened to you years ago, all right? In other words, if you had a late payment 6 years ago, it's not impacting your credit score as much as if you had a late payment yesterday. Does that make sense? So if you have a late payment, just make sure you don't have another late payment for a very long time, if ever. All right? That way, that bad history can slowly start to fall off and not affect you as much. All right? Again, life happens. Things happen. So just try not to make it a habit. Where we get in trouble is we have a late payment, then we have another late payment, and then we fall behind on other things, and now the score is just gone too much. Okay? We don't want that to happen. The past 40% of your score is made up the past 18 months of activity. That 18 months thing is kind of the cycle of credit, okay? 18 months is how long it's gonna take to kind of establish credit. 18 months is kind of that period in which, you know, when you're applying for things, it's gonna start to really affect your credit. So 18 months is kind of the idea I want you to have. So when people ask, hey, I'm really trying to fix my credit, I'm trying to get things back on track, how long is it gonna take me to see results? Usually, it's gonna be somewhere in that 18 months range, as long as everything's positive, okay? As long as everything's positive. All right, so that's the big chunk. The amount you owe is 30%. That's kind of self-explanatory, right? How much credit do you have out there? If you have credit cards, what are the limits? And then how much of that limit are you using? Should we max out our credit cards? Not a good idea, right? So it's not a good idea to max them out. Let me ask this, why is it not a good idea to max them out? They give you the credit, right? They're steadily saying, hey, I'm gonna increase your line of credit. So why not max it out?
Your interest rate goes up, your monthly payment goes up, your credit score goes down.
Think about it in terms of the credit bureaus who are assessing this information, right? What does that say about you, whether it's true or not? What does it say about you if your credit card's maxed out? From the outside looking in, somebody that doesn't know you. What does that say about your spending habits?
You're good at spending.
You're good at spending. Does it say you have a lot of cash on hand? Probably not. So another way to look at a credit score is your risk score. So on our end as the bank, as the financer, as the one lending the money, we look at credit scores as the risk score. How risky are you? If you're maxing out your credit cards, well, naturally, the way we see it, you're more of a risk not to be able to pay back this debt than somebody who doesn't max out their credit cards, right? And so that credit score has it works both ways. The way we see it is how much risk are we taking on, okay? So, no, it's not a good idea to max out your credit cards. How much of your credit card should you be using? What percentage? 30 or 30? It's somewhere between 25 and 30. We're starting to see it adjust to closer to 25% these days. But yeah, if you're in the 30, you're okay. So, which means if you have a $1,000 line of credit or credit limit, you should only be using $300 of that at a time. You should only be carrying a balance. I should say that differently. You should only be carrying a balance month to month of $300 or less. All right. Now, here's a strategy for using credit cards. I know not everybody can do this, but if you can, this is kind of the best way. If you're going to use a credit card, use it as if it were cash. All right. Never spend anything on the credit card that you don't have the cash already on hand to spend. For example, for some people, they use their credit cards for gas and groceries. Okay. You would have had to pay that stuff anyways, right? So you buy your groceries, you get your gas, and then you pay all that off before the end of the month. Okay, what does that do? You're using less than 30% of the available balance. You don't owe interest because if you pay your credit card off before the next payment cycle, there's no interest charged. Okay, and it creates a positive line on your credit report that you made a payment on time. All right, so you're kind of hitting three things at the same time. And that's going to help you increase your score and help you do better with your spending as well. So that's about you. Oh, one thing I did want to mention is your lines of credit and your credit availability is aggregate. So if you have multiple credit cards, it counts them all together and it averages them all up. It's not individual. So if you have one card that's maxed out and another card that you're doing fine on, you're still probably above that 30% in total. That's how they're looked at. They're looked at in total, not individually, okay? So just make sure all of your cards are kind of under control. All right, so the next one is the length of credit history. That's kind of the next most important part. We kind of touched on that earlier. How long have you been using credit? That's going to have an impact on how high or low your score is. Younger people, your score is going to kind of middle around for a while, just because you don't have that history built yet. You don't have anything to go off of. And so your score is gonna linger there for a while until you start establishing years of credit history and stuff like that. And then you start to see your score rise even more. And then new credit. Has anybody ever heard that applying for credit hurts your credit? Anybody ever heard that? Yeah. Does anybody know why? It is true, by the way.
Yeah, a hard inquiry, right?
A hard inquiry, yes. Very good. Do you know why though?
I do not.
Anybody want to guess why? Think about it again. We talked about earlier, if you are the credit bureau outside looking in, what does it mean if you're applying? Let's just use the extreme. You applied for 10 credit cards and got denied. What is it saying? Are you more risky or less risky? You're more risky, right? Yeah. That means, for whatever reason, you don't have the cash available, and so you need cash, okay? That just makes you more risky. Now, I will say, and that's true even for one inquiry, right? If you're asking to apply for credit, then it is going to hurt your score. Now, it's not going to hurt your score a whole lot. It's only going to be maybe 10 points, maybe, which in the grand scheme of things is not absurd. The problem is when people apply for credit multiple times or back to back or whatever, then those 10 points start to add up, okay? Now, your score will adjust and go back the way it was. So once you have that hard inquiry and it does drop your score, again, that 18-month cycle, your score will recover. It'll go right back to where it was, okay? That's why they say try not to have too many inquiries within a year, all right? Just make sure you're not, applying for those 10 credit cards or whatever in the same calendar year, because that's when you start to get hurt. It's also the reason when you're buying a house, they tell you not to apply for credit, because when you're buying a house and you're going through that mortgage process, your credit score has to be so specific and it's so tied to your interest rate and your qualifications that applying for credit, even that 10-point bump, may throw you off of all your other numbers when you're getting that mortgage. Okay, that's why they urge you do not apply for anything while you're buying a house when you're in that process. Okay, you really don't want to be applying for anything within a year on either end when you're in that mortgage process. So just keep that in mind for those of you who are looking to buy a house in the near future. So you mentioned hard inquiries. There's also something called a soft inquiry. Now, a soft inquiry is what I like to call an educated guess as to what your credit score might be. And there are different companies that do this. Credit Karma is one of them. So when you check your Credit Karma score, there's nothing wrong with Credit Karma, guys. I don't want you to think I'm bashing Credit Karma. However, if you come into the loan officer's office and you say, I want a car, here's my Credit Karma score, they will probably laugh at you because that is not your real credit score. We've seen them be off by anywhere from 70, 50 points on either end. Most times Credit Karma gives you a higher score than what you think it is. Why do you think that is?
Offers.
Yeah, they make money, yeah. Yeah, their whole business model is offering you credit cards and offering you these products and stuff. And so if you're excited to get those things and say, hey, I have a high credit score, well, it just increases your likelihood to, grab one of those offers, okay? They're a private company, they can do what they want, but just know that your credit score is not, your Credit Karma score is not your actual true credit score, okay? It's gonna be off. The only people who know your true credit score is FICO and the credit bureaus, all right? That's why the only time you can get a real credit score is when you do a hard inquiry. Now, there are credit bureaus like Experian who have partnered with Discover and done things like that. They do give you an accurate score because they have that direct partnership. But again, think about it. It's coming directly from the bureau, okay? Any third party that's not coming directly from the credit bureau is going to be an educated guess, which is also called a soft inquiry. Those soft inquiries do not hurt your credit score. So every time you check your Credit Karma or Mint or whatever the program is, you're not hurting your credit score by doing that, okay? It's only when you apply for credit. And in order to apply for credit legally, you have to sign permission. So you have to either verbally or give permission to pull your credit, all right? So remember that. If anybody pulls your credit and does a hard inquiry without asking you, without you verbally or signing an agreement, have done so illegally. So make sure that doesn't happen to you. All right. Oh, the last thing I want to touch on there, because I get a lot of questions about this stuff, and I'm a squirrel, and when it comes to my brain, I have to say it. When you go to a car dealership, does anybody notice that have bought a car? Sometimes when you go to the dealership and you buy a car, they will pull your application at a whole bunch of different banks, or a whole bunch of different credit unions. Do that? Well, it used to be all of those were separate inquiries, and they would hurt you. The law has changed, thankfully, that all of those within 14 days is considered one hit. Okay, so if they're trying to get you a good score or a good rate or a good payment or whatever, which is what they're trying to do, it's not going to hurt you 10 times. It's only going to count as one inquiry within 14 days, though. So if you go to another dealership in a month, then they're going to do another hit. That's going to be another hard hit on your credit. So be careful. Any questions about that? All right, cool. The last category is the types of credit. So types of credit just means the credit bureaus like to see that you have a variety, which means you have either a installment loan, in other words, a closed-end loan like a vehicle, mortgage, something that when you pay it down to zero, it closes and it belongs to you now. So again, when you buy a car, when you purchase a car through a bank, the bank is actually buying that car for you, and you're just promising to pay them until it's paid off, and then they'll give you the car. That's how vehicle loans work, okay? So the bank actually owns the vehicle until you paid it off. When you pay it off, they sign the title to you. It is now your vehicle. Nobody can take it from you. All right? If you do not pay it off, the bank will come and get their property, which is called a repossession. They will come and get your property. They will try to sell it or auction it. Usually it's auction. They will never get a whole bunch of money for it, right? Because the vehicles depreciate so much and blah, 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 and all that. So they'll get pennies on the dollar, but then you still owe what's left. Because you signed an agreement that you would pay for this item until it was paid off. And so whatever they didn't sell it for, you still owe. And so a lot of people think, well, my car was repossessed, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. It's not true. You still owe the balance on whatever's left, okay? So be very careful. Also be careful if you voluntarily repossess a vehicle, which is turning in a vehicle. Some people say, hey, life has gotten out of control. I can't afford these payments anymore. I'm just gonna drop this off at the bank and let y'all deal with it. That is still considered a repossession. It's still treated exactly the same as if we were to come and get it. Now you're saving yourself a bunch of fees, because if we pay for a tow truck and a private eye and all that stuff to come get it, we're gonna charge you for all that. So you are saving yourself some money. However, it's still treated as a repossession. It'll be marked as a repossession on your credit report, just like any other repossession. And you still owe kind of the same situation as you would before. So just be careful about repossessions. The bank does not want to come get your vehicle, okay? The problem is, for various reasons, people get embarrassed. They can't make payments, and so, for whatever reason, they won't answer their phone when the bank tries to call you. But all we're really trying to do is work out a plan to keep us from having to do that. It costs us money. It's just a whole bunch of hassle for everybody. And we will work out a plan. We understand there are circumstances for all of us. And so we will work out something to keep us from having to go to that extreme. That's kind of a last resort. So if we don't have to, we won't, okay? All it takes is a conversation, all right? A conversation and a commitment. If all you can pay is $50 a month for now, until you get back on your feet, maybe we can work something out, okay? But we can't do that if you don't answer the phone. You can't do that if you won't have a conversation, all right? So a lot of times you can avoid all of that mess by just answering the phone and having a conversation, or calling the bank yourself. All right, types of credit. So we talked about installment loans. Let's also talk about revolving loans, which are credit cards, which are also lines of credit. Some of us have heard of HELOCs, home equity lines of credit, where you can take the equity of your home and actually use that to borrow against. All of those are revolving loans. Those are loans that when you pay them down to zero, they don't actually go away. They continue until you decide to close them. And so the credit bureau likes to see you have a variety, not just installment loans, not just revolving loans, but kind of a variety of both. Sometimes we'll get people that want to get a car or whatever. It's usually younger people. They say, well, I've had this credit card. Why isn't my credit better than it is? Or they say, I have an amazing credit score, and then we look at the report, and all we see is that credit card, right? Well, that's not much to go off of. And we'll kind of talk about in a second different strategies on how that can actually happen. But we talked about installment debt. I got ahead of my slides. All right. Let's talk about co-signing a little bit. If I bought a vehicle, how's my time? My time's good. Okay. If let's say my brother, this is a true story, my brother has 7 kids. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. If my brother has to buy a car, okay, he has to buy like an Escalade to haul all those kids around. Let's say, for whatever reason, his credit score isn't the best. So he calls me up in Tallahassee and says, hey, bro, I'm having trouble getting financing for this vehicle. Will you co-sign for me? And I say, sure, I'll co-sign with you. Now, mind you, I've never seen this vehicle, never ridden around in it, don't know anything about it, but I co-sign for this car. Let's say he stops making payments. Whose credit does that affect? Both of ours, right? Why? Because we signed an agreement saying that we're both responsible for those payments, okay? So you gotta be very careful when you go into those co-signing agreements. Now, co-signing is not terrible. It's not the worst thing in the world. Parents do it all the time for their kids. But I do want to say you just want to be very, very, very careful when you enter into those agreements. We live here in Tallahassee, which is a college town. I've seen more times than it's just, I've seen it too many times. Boyfriends and girlfriends co-signing for vehicles together. There's one. It's not a good story. It's a terrible story, but it was interesting. So the boyfriend bought a car, or the boyfriend and girlfriend bought a car and co-signed together. Girlfriend gets mad. She moves to Texas, right? Well, she took the car with her and decided she's not making payments anymore. And so the boyfriend's in the office saying, hey, what can I do? Make payments. Because in our mind, it doesn't matter who makes the payments, we just need them to be made, okay? Now, it's terrible what happened, but y'all entered into this agreement together, and so you're going to have to figure it out. Now, how can you get out of that situation? Does anybody know? It's difficult. So he would have to refinance the vehicle in his name, or have her refinance it in her name to get one of their names off of it, okay? That's kind of how we get around all that stuff. The problem is both parties have to agree. So you can imagine those uncomfortable conversations sometimes. All right, so my point is be careful about co-signing. It's a contractual obligation that you both have agreed to. And so just be very careful who you enter into those contracts with. All right, so yes, it does hurt both scores. All right, actions that hurt your score. Let's throw it to the room. What other things can hurt your credit score? We talked about late payments, right, obviously. Closing a card. Yes, that's true. Do you know why?
If it's a card that you've had a very long time, it can impact your score because you're closing that length of.
That's good. Yeah, exactly. So what she said is if you have a card for a very long time, you're actually cutting off all that credit history, right? If you close that card. That's very good. The other reason, that's the main reason. The other reason is if you have, let's say that card, you've had it for a long time, so now you have like a $10,000 limit, right? Maybe you're not using it, okay? Maybe it's at 0. Well, that's a good look, right? That looks really good. If you close that card, that throws off all your other numbers, okay? So now your math has changed. And so sometimes the math changes in a way that actually ends up hurting your score, okay? So it's always a good idea to keep those cards open, especially older, especially if you have a card that maybe your parents authorized signer, kind of talk about it, just open, just keep it open. It's not hurting anybody as long as the balance is low. It's not hurting anybody. Keep those cards open. Now, you want to be careful because they may close themselves, all right, if you don't use them. Credit card companies, they make their money off of interest, right? And so if you're not using that card, then they don't have any reason to keep that line open. And so if you stop using it, sometimes they will close themselves. I always say just use them every once in a while, buy a stick of gum, maybe put a hotel room on it or something, pay it off, and then just let it go on. All right, that way it doesn't end up hurting you and you don't even realize it. Let's talk about authorized signers. I don't even know where I am on this slide. Okay, we talk about that. Let's talk about authorized signers. So in Florida, the legal age to open a credit card or to apply for credit is 18, okay? You have to be 18 years old to apply for credit. Now, you can jumpstart credit, so you can add 16, you have to be at least 16 to add a child onto a credit card as what's called an authorized signer. That's somebody who can use the card, they can even have a card issued in their name, but they're not responsible for the loan, okay? They can use it just like anybody else, but they're not responsible for the loan, for the payments or anything like that. So that's you can add them on as an authorized signer. You can do that to an adult as well. So if that's a good way to kind of help restart your credit, or if somebody's struggling with their credit, that's a good way to kind of get back on your feet, is to have somebody with great credit history that's responsible, that you know can make payments on time, right, every time. Have them add you as an authorized signer on their credit card, and that kind of helps boost your credit, okay? So you can actually get a good head start on your credit by doing it that way. Now, again, be careful. That person has to be responsible, all right? So if they miss a payment, it's going to end up hurting you. So just make sure you're entering those agreements kind of cautiously. All right. Things that help your credit score. We already talked about that. Make payments. If you haven't heard me say it so far, the most important thing I'll say all day. Make payments on time, every time. On time, every time. I didn't ask this earlier. What is a late payment? How long do you have to make a payment? When are you late on a payment?
Day 31.
There you go. It's a 30-day cycle. Day 31. Now, here's the confusion. Sometimes you'll see what's called a grace period, like on a car loan or whatever, credit card, whatever. You'll see the institution or the bank or the credit union or whatever, they'll give you a grace period of like 10 days, 15 days. All that's for is the fee, okay? So the grace period is for the fee. After so many days, they'll start charging you a fee if you're late, okay? You're not late to the credit bureau until day 31, 30 days. If you are late, there's not enough crying, snotting, or spitting you can do to get that taken off of your credit report. All right? That's an automatic report. You cannot remove that. Okay? So, okay, maybe you forgot. Maybe whatever. You can't then call the credit bureau and say, oh, I'm so sorry, I have the payment right now. I know it's day 31, but can you just remove it? You can't. Can't be removed. Okay? There are only like one or two very specific circumstances in which we can remove an item from the credit report. That's not one of them, okay? So yes, you have 30 days to make an on-time payment, all right? So yes, on time, every time. If you feel like you are going to be late on a payment, contact the creditor immediately, okay? Whether it be the bank, credit union, whoever you owe. If you even think you're going to be late, contact them and see if they can make an arrangement, all right? That way, sometimes you can avoid being reported to the credit bureau, All right? I cannot guarantee anything, but if you have that, again, you have to have the conversation first. Let them know, I think I'm gonna be late, I'm really struggling right now. Is there any way I can pay a little bit and that count as an on-time payment and then I'll pay, whatever that conversation looks like, have that conversation, okay? Again, we want to work with you. We don't want people to have bad credit. If people have bad credit, we can't give you out loans, okay? Here's the secret, you make money off of loans. You make money off the interest on loans. If everybody has bad credit, we can't give you money and we can't make money, all right? So we don't want people to have bad credit, all right? So yes, have those conversations. We really do. I can speak for Envision. We really do want to help you if you're running into, whatever circumstances you're in. All right, credit bureaus. There's 3 of them. Equifax, Experian, TransUnion. Little known fact, they're regional mostly. So in the East, in the Southeast especially, we use Equifax, okay? We don't care about any of those other guys, all right? So when you come and get a loan, come get a car loan, whatever, we're not looking at TransUnion or Experian, we're looking at Equifax. So whatever that Equifax score is, that's what we don't care if TransUnion's higher, we don't care if Experian's higher or lower, we're gonna look at Equifax, okay? For the most part, it depends on where the company is based. So if you're working with a bank or a credit union that's based somewhere else, maybe out in California or Chicago or whatever, I guess Chicago's on the east, but based somewhere else regionally, they may use a different credit bureau. But for the most part, if you're here in the East, Southeast, we're using Equifax. Mortgages are a little bit different. Mortgages, they usually look at all 3, and then depending on where you go, they'll take an average, or they'll look at the lowest score, or they'll take the highest score, or whatever. Mortgages are a little bit different. Sometimes they look at all 3 scores. But for smaller loans, we look at Equifax. These are private companies. They are privately owned companies. They don't talk to each other. I don't even know if they like each other, but they do everything independently, okay? That's why if you ever look at your scores, there are 3 different scores. They're not the same. Now, should they be drastically different? No, they shouldn't be hundreds of points away from each other, okay? Maybe 20, maybe 30 points difference is what you should see on average. But the reason that is because there are 3 totally different companies, they have totally different ways of looking at your credit report and then sending that information to FICO. And so depending on how they determine their formula will determine what their score is, okay? So again, it's different. You may even see stuff on one score that's not on the other score. Like you may have a credit card that's reporting to TransUnion that's not reporting to Equifax. That's just because they care about different things in different ways, okay? So there are 3 independently owned separate companies. Now, what if your score is different? What if your score is way off? What if your TransUnion score is way different than your Equifax score? What do you think that means?
They're counting something that you're not aware of.
Why though? Why would that happen? Maybe there was some identity theft somewhere. Maybe there was some identity theft that happened in California, which TransUnion, well, not TransUnion, Experian is going to be out in the West Coast. Maybe there was some identity theft that happened in California that you didn't know about. And so maybe they bought a house in your name or a car or whatever. And that's being reported to TransUnion, but it's not being reported to the other ones. Seems like a very specific example, but it actually happened to a member of my family. Somebody bought a house, not a house, it was a car. They bought a car out in California, and it was being reported on the credit bureau. And this individual didn't notice it because they didn't really pay attention to their TransUnion score, okay? It wasn't until they applied for credit to get something that they said, hey, there's this weird thing going on. What is this? And so that just caused a whole mess that had to be cleaned up, all right? So yes, the reason you want to look at all 3 scores is you want to make sure you look out for stuff like that. Look out for any possible identity theft, anything that's happening that's not you. All right, that's that. Any questions on the credit bureaus? The credit bureaus are who get the information of who you owe, how much you owe, when you owe them. They're the ones spitting out the report. They do not give the scores. Okay, they just give the reports. All right, how long does something stay on your credit report? Let's say you miss a payment. How long does it stay on there? 7 years? About 7 years. There's kind of a caveat to that. What happens if you go to collections is collections companies sell your debt to each other. And kind of depending on how that process goes, if they contacted you, if you talk to them, if something happens in between there, between them selling the debts, sometimes that can restart the clock, okay? So I say that to say never assume that something's gonna fall off of your credit report, okay? If you owe Verizon $700 from 5 years ago, you say, oh, I'm not gonna worry about that anymore. Well, there's a possibility that that just doesn't go away, okay? It's best to just deal with it, all right? There is something that stays on your credit report for 10 years. Does anybody know what that is? Bankruptcies. Bankruptcies stay on your credit report for 10 years. Okay. You can get your credit report for free one time a year from each bureau at annualcreditreport.com. I highly encourage everybody to go and get their report at least once a year. This is the only place you're going to go to see your real, actual credit report, okay? Credit Karma does a good job. They don't always get everything. Again, they're making an educated guess, okay? These are your real, actual, true credit reports, the same things that we see in the office when you apply for a car loan. You get once a year for free. Now, when you get these reports, they're not going to give you a score. Again, your score is separate from the report. Those are two different things. But it gives you a good idea to know what's going on. I always say the report is more important than the score. That's just me. I'd rather know what's going on than care about what the number is. All right, you can get your credit score. They're going to charge you a fee. You have to contact the credit bureaus kind of directly to do that. I think the fee is $30 or $35. I don't know exactly. But they'll give you a real true credit score that is, up to date. All right, here we go. We'll talk about Credit Karma. So the last thing I'm gonna leave you with is when there are a lot of companies, a lot of advertisements, a lot of things out here right now that are offering to fix your credit for you, that are offering services that will help repair your credit. The only thing I'm gonna say about that is be very, very, very careful. Most of the things that they're doing, most of the things that these companies are charging you for are things that you can do on your own. All right, almost everybody who has had credit issues can repair their own credit, okay? What these companies are doing is they're contacting the people that you owe. They're asking for better terms, better interest rates, better payments. They're having the conversations that we were talking about earlier. That's really all they're doing. So really, it just takes time, it takes effort, and it takes patience, all right? But you can repair your credit on your own. That's not to say there aren't really good companies out there. There are, but they're going to charge you fees to do things that you can really do on your own. Envision Credit Union offers credit counseling for members and non-members. So if you're struggling, if you have issues, we can put you through our credit counseling program and kind of help you out that way. We do not charge a fee to do that, but just know that you can repair your credit on your own, and we can kind of give you the tools to do that. Let's see. Any questions? I think I nailed it all the time. Yes.
When I was younger, my mom used to refer to it as a beacon score versus
Yeah.
FICO score. What's the difference, or is that just a different term?
This is a different term.
Okay.
Yeah, so the question was, he's heard the term beacon score before. Yes, that is a different term. Beacon score is usually a soft score versus the FICO is your hard score. But these days they're used kind of interchangeably. So beacon score is just your credit score. So if you hear FICO score, it also just means credit score in general sense. It's a great question. Anything else?
One more. Actually.
Go ahead.
Can you be penalized for making a payment early? Is there a scenario where you can be penalized for making an early payment?
So in terms of, that's a great question. Can you be penalized for making an early payment? That's actually a little bit more difficult than I thought it was. Okay, so think about that 18-month cycle. So sometimes people will get like a small loan, say, I'm gonna just pay it off next month. It's gonna help my credit score. It's actually not gonna help your credit score. Again, there's that 18-month cycle, right? So it takes time to build that credit history. So the better thing to do, I'm gonna get to your question directly in a second. The better thing to do is just to make those payments just for as long as, you can pay it off early, but don't pay it off within like 2 or 3 months. That's actually not gonna help you. If you're gonna pay it off early, wait at least 2 years to pay that thing off. Now, you're not gonna be penalized for making an early payment on a loan. Some institutions will charge you a fee for paying stuff off early. That's starting to go away, but I do know some institutions that still do that. That does not reflect anything on your credit report, though. So making an early payment is not going to hurt your credit report. Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. My name is Andre with Envision. If you need anything, let me know.
Andre, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here and sharing all that incredible insights on credit scores.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back with our next speakers from Junior Achievement. Hold on, we'll be right back.
Sunday. And so he's really relying on me just to create that special bond and make him feel wanted and acknowledged through our time together each week. So that was just the highlight of my week, and certainly right now in my mentorship process.
That's so cute. I think one of my favorite mentorship moments was this past spring. I was mentoring a runner-up for our business pitch competition called Shark Bowl that happens in the spring for junior achievement. And she was just like, I don't want to go. I don't want to talk to adults. No one wants to listen to me or my idea. I didn't make it as a finalist. I'm like, no, like you made it as a runner-up. You can go. So we sat down for like an hour and a half, just talking about her idea. We even used like ChatGPT to help flesh out some of her ideas because she was so shy and quiet. I'm like, okay, maybe we can use AI for our advantage here. So getting her to open up, and she's like, oh, well, you took time out of your day today. You believed in me. So I think that was one of my favorite mentorship moments. And she actually won first place out of the runner-ups at the Shark Bowl. So that was super cool.
So it worked.
Yeah.
That's good. All right. What is the experience like mentoring with JA and Big Brothers Big Sisters? I'll let you start, Molly.
Sure. So we have a lot of different program options, is what we call them, when choosing to become a mentor with Big Brothers Big Sisters. I like to say that we have a program or an option for everyone, no matter their comfort level, their commitment level, and their schedule. So typically when people think about Big Brothers Big Sisters, they tend to think about our community-based program. And you have to be at least 21 years of age in this particular program. You transport children, and you really have a lot more communication with the parents because you're arranging outings out in the community. So that's what people most of the time think about when they think of Big Brothers Big Sisters. And primarily our longest relationships, our longest matches will happen in our community-based matches. We have matches that have been together for 10 years, and that usually is when that child ages out of our program at age 18. Our next one is our site-based program. As I mentioned, I'm a mentor in that program. In this one, you meet once a week with your little, typically at their school, and you don't have contact with the parent, and you don't transport the child. So again, there's things that are fit people's different comfort levels and everything in that nature. And you, in this program, you are committing to a 9-month commitment because we follow the school year. In our community-based commitment, we're asking for a year-long commitment with that. Both of those are all 4 hours a month. So whether you're meeting on a Saturday or a Sunday, one day a week it could be, or it could be spread out throughout the month. Our site-based is one day a week, usually at the same time, and usually out of the child's elective program, so you're not taking them out of their core classes or anything. This past year, we developed 2 new programs, again, to fit the needs of the community, but also on a national level, Big Brothers Big Sisters are really struggling to find more male mentors. About 2 out of 10 inquiries that we get are male mentors or potential male mentors. So we have a lot of ladies that are interested in giving their time and volunteering and mentoring. So because of that, we created 2 new programs really to encourage men to engage more. They're always scared of that C word that I say, and yes, that is commitment. So in this program, we made it a 6-month commitment, and we created a program called Sports Buddies. Men love sports. This doesn't mean that women can't participate in this program. I actually started out in Sports Buddies and then moved to our site-based program. But again, it's 4 hours a month. We meet, it'll start January and go through the end of June. And we meet out in the community doing different sports-related activities. So it's not just focused on, hey, let's learn football or let's learn the skills of soccer or anything like that. We are exploring the community. So we're exposing the youth to lots of different things to try something. But more importantly, I like to say that this is our gateway program because it eases people into the fact of mentoring. We are with older mentors, so there's lots of mentors around, but then there's also other littles around. So it helps ease and kind of just relax any anxiety that people might have when deciding to become a mentor. And last year, half of our matches that were in our sports buddies either went into a community-based match because they wanted to go out and do things on their own, or they went into our site-based program to continue that match. So that's why I call it our gateway, because it really just eases into people to understanding and getting the flow and making things very comfortable and relaxed in that environment with it. And then really where we're partnering with you guys on is the other program called Big Futures. And that's where we work with 10th, 11th, and 12th graders on having a career college and military track focus. So we are looking, and the mentors are working with them using our curriculum and your curriculum that JA has created to help them understand interview skills. What are some of the skills that they are interested in, and what career fields could that lead them to? And so those are the programs that we do. We offer opportunities for couples to get engaged and become mentors together, which is great for empty nesters. And then also high schoolers. We have a program called High School Bigs, where high schoolers ages 16, 17, and 18 can get involved, see what it's like to give back to their community. It's great on their resume building. It's great on their college applications. So I like to say it's a win-win-win for everyone involved.
And do those volunteer hours, can they use them for other things, for like scholarship applications and
Absolutely.
everything?
They count on that.
Nice. Super awesome. I'm just blown away by all the different type of programs, and I'm excited about our partnership as well. So for junior achievement, the ways you can get involved are programs that we have focus on 3 pillars: financial literacy, work readiness, and entrepreneurship. So in the Big Bend area, our biggest program, most popular program, is Be Entrepreneurial. That ties into our Shark Bowl competition, business pitch competition. We have all high schools that are involved, and they participate in a 6-week entrepreneurship program. And they complete a lean canvas and pitch it at the Shark Bowl and for actual funding, and they get experience with the community. So our biggest need for that is having volunteers come in and mentor them on entrepreneurship, how to start that, and how to finesse their business pitch. And then we also have career speaker series that we have, so you can come in and talk about your career and why you're doing your career, why you love it, and show them how they can pursue that career as well. And then we also have financial literacy programs, personal finance. So we teach them how to budget and the consequences and the pros of having a credit card, and don't take out too many loans, like if you want to go to college, like that's something that you need to understand, like that's a lot of money to go to college. Like, is it the right place I want to go to, or do I want to do a trade program, or do I want to go straight into the workforce? So those are some of our programs that we do. All right, next question. What if I want to volunteer, but I'm on the fence?
So it's always a great question. And we really take it seriously when people come and inquire. So that's kind of our first step in our process. It's an online process. You submit an inquiry to say, hey, I want to learn more about becoming a potential big and mentor with Big Brothers Big Sisters. We do an orientation. It's a 10-minute orientation online before we bring them in for an interview. Our orientation really just helps them to understand and oversee, are they 21? Can they qualify for our community-based? Are they, a student? Is it better off because they're only going to be here for a short time that they enroll in our Sports Buddies program or our site-based program and those types of things? So really, we take the time to make sure that they understand all of the types of programs that they could be eligible for, and then we bring them in for an interview. Most people don't think that, or know really, that we interview our bigs, but we also interview our littles and our parents for our program as well. And that is the critical matchmaking part of what we do. We look at the preferences of the big. We look at how they grew up. What was their family like? Do they have dogs? Do they have cats? A lot of those things go into how it's like a big puzzle piece trying to put it together. People are like, oh, you have bigs and you have littles. No, it's a lot more intense than that, because it's trying to make a puzzle piece that doesn't necessarily fit. And so looking at those preferences and those types of things. But for all of our programs, it's a minimum of 4 hours a month, whether, the time length might go on, but it's a minimum of 4 hours a month. They can go to bigbenmentoring.org to learn more. There's detailed information about all the programs that I've mentioned here today. And really, I think, come in and learn more. That's the biggest thing. If you're like, man, I'm a only child and I've always wanted a brother or a sister, this is the best way. They can turn your day from a gloomy day like today and just make it sunny in your little world by just a comment or a hug that they give you and those types of things. I think a lot of people get into mentoring, whether it's, at an animal shelter with children or anything like that, because they want to help someone else. And the most important thing that we hear back is, I didn't know how much I would get out of this, because children just change your perspective on so many things and they enlighten you. And like I said, they can make your day turn from gray to sunny. So.
100% agree. And if you're on the fence with volunteering JA, just know that program managers are always there from the very beginning until the end. So we don't have an interview process, but we do sit down for a consultation for 30 minutes to figure out, what do you want to do? Which pillar do you want to focus on? If that's financial literacy, work readiness, or entrepreneurship. And then we match you with the program that best fits what you want to get involved in and which school you may want to get involved in. And then we also help you with learning classroom management skills, because it can be scary to stand up in front of a classroom, high school, elementary, middle. It can be intimidating. So we are there to make sure that you're confident in your ability to teach the curriculum. And that's another thing. The whole curriculum is provided for you, and you get to provide your unique perspective and make it how you want it to be. That's the cool part about our JA programs. And yeah, so is there anything I'm missing, Jordan? Because I know that.
Yeah, I always just tell volunteers to jump in. If you're on the fence but you're wondering about it, just jump in. And what I tell them is the worst that's going to happen is it's not an experience for you. And the best thing that's going to happen is you're going to love it, and you're going to want to come back, and you're going to feel very fulfilled, which is usually the sentiment that I get from volunteers. So I found that people that are on the fence usually end up really enjoying themselves. So yeah, just be brave and jump into it, because it is a little intimidating getting in front of, kids, teenagers, middle schoolers. But I just say jump in.
Absolutely. I think there's one point that I'd like to add to that, Alyssa, and you touched on it, is we have match support specialists. So once a match is made, our team is not hands off. We are exact opposite. We are hands in and really create that village approach to the development of that relationship, because that's what it is. I get to say, come out in the community and get to share everybody with, we're making relationships. We're making long-lasting relationships, positive male and female role models for youth in our community. And that involves our staff, making sure that the relationship is taking that time to develop appropriately, because relationships, long-lasting relationships, take time, and that mentorship, you really have to build that bond, and that's why we go through such a lengthy orientation and interview process to make sure that we're not matching just someone for a few days. We're matching them for that time commitment with it. And if anybody is interested in or on the fence of getting involved, we host bi-monthly what we call the big hangouts, where people can come and talk. We meet over at Proof the first Thursday of that month, so we'll have one in December for about an hour and a half, and we invite our current bigs to come out and talk to other bigs, and then we invite those that are inquiring about the process to come out too. They can bring a friend to learn more about it in a relaxed environment, and they can talk to other folks. We had one probably a few months back that we had about 4 bigs, and they all had teenagers, and they were all matched for like 6 years. And it creates their own world within their world. So that was neat that they could, talk to other folks that were mentors with the same age kids. They were like, oh yeah, they're learning to drive, or they're this, and I've had them, and we've been matched since they were 9. And so it's a really cool experience just to kind of ease it and hear from someone, not as an employee, but hear from others that are in the midst, in it day in, day out.
All right, next one. How much time do I need to dedicate to mentor youth?
Well, so for all of our programs, and we've touched on this as we've gone through, but just to reiterate, it's 4 hours a month. People think it's a long commitment or it's a lot of time, and it's really not when you think of it, because depending on the program, like I said, we've created programs that fit comfort level, engagement level, and everybody's busy schedule. So we know life happens, and you might not be able to, but the consistency is there. And for me and my staff, will kind of probably give a little smirk with this communication. That's the biggest thing too, is that we don't want to add another disappointment to youth. And so communicate with them if you can't make it 1 month because you are on a business trip or whatever. The schedules can be worked out with those types of things. So when you really think about it, for us, 4 hours a month is not a lot of time that you're committing.
For junior achievement, it just depends on what type of program that you're getting involved in. Like if you are volunteering for junior achievement, JP Entrepreneurial, then that could be one 45-minute session for 6 weeks. So 1 session a week for 6 weeks. Career speaker could be about 30 to 60 minutes, one time, 1 and done. And financial literacy courses could range from 3 weeks, all 45-minute sessions. So all JA programs are 45-minute session, but the time you dedicate before you get into the classroom, that's where a lot of that time comes from. Well, it takes about probably 40 minutes to prepare for each lesson, I would say, because you have to read through the lesson, practice, like what am I going to do and say in the classroom, and then you get to the classroom, and that's when you start teaching the program. But either way, JA program manager will always be by your side every step of the way.
And to add to that, a JA program manager will train our volunteers as well. So that is another time commitment. Their virtual trainings, typically they go, I would say like 30 minutes, but just getting volunteers comfortable with the online learning platform, the resources, the curriculum, kind of classroom management, just to make sure that they're ready to go when they get in there. So follow-up question, what if I don't have the time to volunteer?
So we have a lot of different ways that individuals can get involved with Big Brothers Big Sisters. We have purple bins that are around town. We have about 50 of those around town. So donations. We do an event twice a year called Clear the Clutter, where we're just asking individuals in their house to go through stuff that they don't want anymore, that's pre-loved, pre-used, put it in a purple bin, and it goes to help us make more matches in the community for youth. That's a way that people can get involved. Students, I've had students doing their civic classes and civics. They can do a drive, a clothing donation drive, household items and things like that. So we were really trying to encourage more and more young kids and students to get involved and give back to their community. That's a fun way for them to do that. We have sponsorship opportunities. We have community events throughout the year. We just had a bowl, which is our signature event that Big Brothers Big Sisters does on a national level. We have a bash that'll be at the end of May. We have our celebration of Bigs and Littles that is coming up at the beginning of March. So we're doing something usually throughout the year. We've got 3 or 4 major events with that. So there's always time for that. We love volunteers. We get a lot of student interns and things like that from the college and community. And I always try to find a way for people to get involved based on what their goals and desires are. So it gives me an opportunity to think outside the box and think creatively to make it match for what the business or individual or group is looking for to do. When we had our bowl a few weekends ago, we had a group come out and help us set up, and that was their volunteer hours. So that was an opportunity for them to get involved with us as well.
If you do not have the capacity to volunteer with Junior Achievement, we also have events such as we have the J Stock Market Challenge, which just happened last week. That's in Jacksonville. You can help set up the event. You could be a sponsor of the event. And then we also have golf tournaments to get involved in as well. Those are other events you could help. That's pretty nice opportunity for the guys on our board to go out and have a good time on the golf course on a work day. So it's another opportunity to get involved in. And then also just following us on social media, right? Liking our stuff and seeing what we're involved in and getting involved in that manner. So there's definitely a lot of different opportunities to get involved with Junior Achievement, and we'll make sure that whatever it is that you feel comfortable in that area, and we are there to support you.
Yeah, and one thing, donations are always helpful. We're a nonprofit, and those donations go right back into our local community and serve the students that we're serving. So if you don't have the time to volunteer, those are much appreciated because those are resources that are helping the students for sure. Okay, last question. How can I get involved? Where do we go?
For Big Brothers Big Sisters, you can go to bigbenmentoring.org /volunteer. It will take you right there. You can click on find a bit or be a big. And that shows you, again, all the program information, the different options. Our application is all online for mentors. It's a very simple process. When you click and submit that inquiry level, we ask for references and those types of things because, again, we are matching adults with youth in our community. So we do a background screen, we do references, we do a social media check on individuals just to make sure that they're a right fit for the youth that we are serving. But very, very simple process. It is all dependent on the big. So if they fill that form out, the quicker they do it, they get the references and we get those back, the quicker we can match them. But on average, it can take anywhere from 2 weeks to 45 days to match a big with a little, depending on their preferences and those types of things. But yeah, please, if you're interested, talk to someone. We've got lots of bigs that own their businesses in the community and they're hidden gems, but ask someone, call our office. Feel free to talk to our staff about what it's like becoming a big. Check us out at one of the big hangouts to learn more and feel if it's right for you. But yeah, go to bigbenmentoring.org.
For Junior Achievement, ways to get involved again is to participate in our Be Entrepreneurial program. So we are going to be involved in all high schools in Leon next semester, Gadsden High School, and multiple classes at each school. So we'll need volunteers to help teach our programs because that's the only way that we teach our programs is volunteer-led. So it's ways to get involved, and we're also looking for business pitch mentors to get the students comfortable and confident to talk about their business pitch when they're pitching at the Shark Bowl or at our in-school competitions. So those are things to look forward to. And the Shark Bowl is Tuesday, April 30th. So save your date. It will be at the Jim Moran Building downtown. So cheer on the students there when we get to that time frame. Anything you'd like to include, Jordan?
Judges. We'll need judges, yeah, not for the Shark Bowl competition itself, but for those early stages. So we get volunteers to judge our in-school pitch competitions. So that'll be helpful as well. All right. Well, thank you for joining us. We are done with questions. We're just going to open up the floor if there's any questions for Q&A. If not, then I think that's all we have for you.
It's hard to see.
Well, thank you for joining us, Molly. Thanks for joining us, Alyssa, and telling us about our organizations, how we're partnering here in Tallahassee. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Opportunity and all that stuff, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you everyone for watching our presentation with Big Ben and brothers and sisters. Hopefully you'll be able to attend their events. We'll leave up those events on the slide so you can see them for the next few minutes. But we'll be back at 2 o'clock with our next event.
don't have this 10 times since 2018.
affect one another in every single thing. Package that they go home to from home every single day. You're just that extra tip of the iceberg that they get to face on a daily basis. So one of the first things I always try to tell people is what's called the threshold. Leave your content at the door. And it's not just your content as a human being, but it's your message to the world in marketing, in outreach, in communication. What are you trying to achieve? When you put out a magazine that goes out to 10,000 readers across the state of Florida, what did you want to leave at the door? That was your one opportunity and your one chance to have a message. So what did you leave? So for me, just like Fergie, no drama, no drama. Leave that stuff behind because it negates from the story that you're trying to tell. The next piece of emphasis is this is going to be a 3 to 5 slide section for you guys for a second. Sustained excellence. If you do something, do it well, but don't continue doing it. Build upon that experience to make that sustainability continue to grow each time that you have that opportunity to have that growth point. The example here is the Los Lonely Boys. They have the I'm on a boat skit. And inside that, local artisan T-Pain, who was supposed to be here this weekend but canceled because of their obligations, was a part of this skit. And the one line that he brought out that was more important than anything, and people joke like, why are you bringing this one part out, was I got my rayon and my flippy floppies. You automatically knew what those two items were before you even knew what he was talking about. You knew he was talking about his Ray-Ban glasses, and you knew he was talking about flip-flops. Why? Anybody have an idea? What about marketing, though? You're building brand awareness. You left the threshold at the door. What did you do? So did you go to prototype? Did you build how to look? Did you do marketing testing? Did you try to sell that item? It's that caveat that we always say to people, here's a pen, sell me this pen. And people try to think about, oh, well, it's a brand new pen. Well, it's only a big pen. It's blue, it's black. No, sell me the pen. And that's where the whole mantra comes from, is we get that association of a need of what we have to have, and it grows and it grows and it grows. So once you get that sustained excellent, what are you doing next? That's why we have that wow factor, that buy that new car, buy that new shirt, the next step, the next best, that's where that comes from. That's why, sad to say it this way, most people may disagree with me, you may agree with me, you may not, but there's no such thing as a dream job. There's just not. Because once you obtain a dream job, guess what you're going to try to do next? Get the next dream job, the next dream job, the next dream job. So that's where sustainability comes in. So a couple examples of things I'm going to throw up here. This is some steps, just some certain steps that you can throw out there that allow you to know overall what your process can be. And not necessarily knowing who the audience was going to be today, I took it from the basic grassroots level of going university. So we're here in a college town, I went university side. How are you going to make your first initial steps? Are you willing to gain a degree? After you gain that degree, what are some outside factors that might go into what you do? So for me, I'm not from Florida. It's not something I'm used to. I'm not used to the heat. I had to get used to that. In 2009, in December, when I first moved down here, it was 54 degrees, and I was thinking, all right, this is going to be a great place to live. I'm a Midwesterner going to enjoy this weather. Then January 7th came 2 weeks later, and it was 82 degrees outside, and I was sitting on Shell Point on the beach with one of my friends right after an FSU basketball game as a master's student going, oh my gosh, I'm dying. This is hot. I'm not used to this. How do I sustain this stability? So the outside factors could be socioeconomic. Remember that slide we had at the beginning? I'm going to back up and put this for a second. Keep this in mind for every one of the slides. This is very, very important here. Every single thing that you do and every single thing I'm talking about goes back to these factors at the top. So remember how you have those outside factors, things that could be sustainable, things that could help you reach, you could grow, you could make sure you're taking that next step, identifying certain factors. So for the keyword of marketing, we have so many different areas in comms that there's a reason why we have a social media director. There's a reason why you may have a content writer, an editor-in-chief. You have all of these jobs for a reason. Or you're not. And it's got to be able to where your weaknesses and strengths can be and how you can merge those together to unify those as a whole. So for me, for example, I am a great designer. That's just my cup of tea. That's one of the things that I'm really, really good at. However, after writing at a book level for 6-7 hours, I got to push it to the side. It bores me. It's not something that I want to do. But I know good and well if I ever want to learn content on my staff, I go to Janice Kaplan. Hey, Janice, can you look at what I've done? And growing that teamwork and that proprietorship together, that's a huge step. So identifying those things are super, super key. And in the world of the Magic School Bus, Miss Frizzle had the best line of all time. Make mistakes, get messy, take chances. That's what life's about, taking those opportunities to grow. So this next part here is kind of a part 2B. And what I tell people is I can apply to any job I want to in the country, anytime, any day, anywhere, any level. But the problem is that doesn't mean I'm going to get hired. I could have CEOs look at me and go, you've only been in graphics, you've only been in writing, you've only been in media, you've only been an orator, you've only been in sports. Why do you want to come and work out of sports after 15 years and move to the private sector and come work for an accounting firm? Well, remember the success points, those socioeconomic factors? I have to tell that story. No matter what we do in the world of marketing and comms, everything that we do is transferable. And it is probably one of the only industries, I think, besides finance, that is extremely transferable from industry to industry to industry. The content may change, but the deliverable and actionable opportunities do not. So kind of keep that in mind. So what I tell people is there are multiple ways to do stuff. There's a job description on the left. There's your resume on the right. Does that mean it's the right way to do a resume? It might not be. There may be the second version of it, where I need to spell out exactly what I've done and what qualifies me as a whole. There's a way to communicate everything that you're trying to do, and it never has to be the same voice, the same package as a whole. So keep that in mind. So the reason why I'm bringing this next part up is everybody has what they call the Loop Professional. This has drastically changed in the world of COVID. Since pre, post, etc. We now have a workforce right now that is probably 50-50. Most of the times you're either at home or you're at the job. But now people have had to merge those. There's no longer that separation factor of life. It hasn't been, especially in our world. And the world of sports especially too, when you work nights, weekends, holidays, you don't get that time off. That's where that separation of church and state kind of comes in a little bit. You have to choose what you want to do with your life. So for me, the professional look doesn't always have to be like your physical look. It's dressing for your day. It's dressing for what you're going to do. If you know you're going to be in a casual setting, fill the room. Know what you're going to do. This is the most I have dressed up in 6 months. It's today, because I knew I'd be in front of people outside of my home office. Outside of that, when I was going to work functions or conferences, I dress for the society and field. It's not always about this. It's really, really important. And I'm going to just stop running in the background for a second. The one thing I want to show for my comparison here is the reason why your resume is kind of important, but it's not important. You're on an interview, no matter where you are, whether you think about it, whether you realize it or not. 99.9% of the time, you're on an interview. And what I mean by that is especially in a town like Tallahassee, if I pull out of my driveway today, on my way here, I get to a four-way stop. I'm interviewing the person in front of me. I'm going, are you turning? Am I turning? You're like, who's going? Then what happens if I pull out in front of somebody? What if I slam on brakes? What if I get in an accident? What if I call something? What if I flick someone off? What if I call somebody a bad name? What if I go into Publix and the person who I'm working with is stocking the shelf and I give them a bad, I don't like you, what you're doing, you're making me mad, or I treat somebody poorly who's a server at a restaurant. You don't know who's a part of that family. You don't know who's a part of that association. That could crush a business deal for you moving forward in 5 seconds. Anything that you do is constantly an interview. And that's especially for those who are just now getting in the industry. That's key for you guys. Everything that you do now moving forward, from the time you walk out this door until you get home, whether you realize it or not, is an interview. So that's part of that acting professional point that I want to bring up. The next kind of part is your daily plan. For me, people think I'm a little OCD, and I am. But I want to make sure that you understand there are more than one types of plans. I have a cell phone in my left pocket at all times that's got my Rolodex on it that tells me what's going on from a calendar standpoint. I use my notes app 24/7. But I also have Monday for my job. I have the later board for my home that my wife and I sync our calendars to make sure that we're in sync with our family. But I also have a book that literally sits in that backpack right there that's blue. That's my long-term visions. So kind of with that in mind as the example, my vision plan is a lot different than a lot of other people. I don't just write down what my plan is for my job and my career path. I do what it is for my family, for my growth, my career. Each year, what I want to encourage you guys to do is make yourself a yearly plan and check in on it. For us, I print these out on January 1, and I'm not allowed to edit them. They literally go in a safe in the office at my house. And on December 31st at the end of the year, I have a repreach where I come back. I look at what has happened, what hasn't happened. What did I achieve? What did I not achieve? Sometimes you might have to have that June 1, July 1 check-in to make sure you're on the right track, especially if you've had a major life change. That's those plans. But I encourage people, not just in your side of marketing and comms, you got to have other types of plans. So for me, there's a short plan and there's the long term. I've got to know this is my entire family. I'm reading books. I've got to be not just in myself, but the others around me. So that's why having this opportunity to speak to you guys today is kind of what's important to me. I'm passing that next generation of knowledge instead of keeping it in my head. The other part of planning is financial. That's the biggest part of planning that causes everybody's downput, whether they accept jobs, I mean jobs isn't career-based. I mean jobs you're physically working on for other companies. If you're a marketing agency, whether you're trying to put out a magazine, whatever you're doing in the marketing world as a whole. Social media growth is huge. So the biggest part about that I tell people, let me skip ahead for a second. We just talked about this. I might have missed it. Might have gone too fast. I apologize. Well, I guess it's not in. We'll see it in a second. I might have accidentally flipped the slide and don't work right about it. Work hard. We'll skip and come back. Work hard, hard. Outwork everybody. And I don't mean this as in a competition standpoint. I mean, this is how you stand out. I keep my head down at my job a lot. And what I mean by that is we have an 8-hour workday. I don't know anyone in this room right now who could truly say they worked an 8-hour workday today. And if you did, I want to shake your hand, take you out to dinner, and figure out what you're doing. Because for me, I work either 6 or 10. And what I mean by that is you get constant interruption. I have what's called the 45, 5, 5, and 5 method. And this is huge. You can put them back to back, or you can do them in actual order. 45 minutes of your hour, solid work, no interruption, dedication of your time, whatever you're doing. 5 minutes, take that break. After 45 minutes of doing work, your head is slammed. You got something going on. You might need to use the bathroom, get yourself water, snack, whatever it is. You need to replenish your thoughts, what you're doing. Next 5 minutes, email chain, text chain, something that you need to interact with somebody, something that has to be communicated, move forward. Because our job as communicators, key word, communication. We have to push the needle forward. We have to move the next step. So if you're not communicating or you're keeping somebody stuck, they can't do their job. So take that 5 minutes. And then for me in the world of remote, this is a little bit tougher. But for you who are in an office setting, this is a lot easier. Get up out of your office. Take the 5-minute walk is what I call it. Walk around and say, hi, how you doing today? And just that 5-minute check-in changes somebody's perspective. You never know what they're working on. They may need a breath of fresh air for 5 seconds. They may just need to talk to them and say, hey, I've been really struggling in this area. What do you think about this? And giving them that word of insight might help them for the long term. Click. It's not clicking again. All right, attention to detail. We all know this one. I'm going to run through this one pretty quickly. For me, it's editorial process. It's editorial process. And what I mean by editorial process is it's not just making sure that things are done correctly, but they're done in an avenue of order that you can be successful as part of your projects and processes. If you know process A and process C have to be generated, where do they sit at all times? Are you paying attention to where things are going through? So if you're working a system like Monday, and stuff is tagged as stuck. Why is it stuck? Go to the details. Well, if that's something that you can unstick it to that person and move it forward. If you can assist them, hop in on it. So for me, in a media and marketing perspective, it's working with outside sources. There are a lot of times where we are going to get backed up in the work that we're doing. There's going to be certain seasons of the year that are more important to talk to different things internally. And sometimes there's seasons of the year where you need to outsource some of that work to keep running. One of the individuals that I met on the way here is about how she just had an operation that opened up in Puerto Rico. And I'm sitting here going, man, how in the world am I getting work functional status done from the state of Florida effectively? Not just in the same time zone, but distance-wise, without checking in, making sure people are doing. And that's where the world of remote has come in with us these days. We have to build up what's called that trust factor all over again in a new area. And if you're not building in that trust factor, that's not the problem of workflow. That's an internal command, internal controls issue at that point. And what I tell people from an internal controls, let me step back and explain that for a second. Internal controls is the step-out process of what you're doing, and if somebody leaves a position, gets sick, gets hurt, takes PTO, can your will still roll in the circle? And if it can't, that needs to be audited, and it needs to be changed, and that needs to be. So is your process where you can still be effective? That's where that paying attention to details comes along within your internal controls. So I did have them in the wrong order. This is what I was referring to earlier. There we go. It's starting to show up now. So integrated marketing is a big deal for me. And this is where you have to have that teamwork aspect begin. We were talking about titles and stuff earlier. This is where the team aspect comes in. If you can't put yourself in a process of this will, then you're not doing something correctly in the marketing or communications program or plan. If everything has to pull one area out to make your will stop rolling, you have to redefine what you're doing as a whole and how it's connected. So kind of keep that in mind. And then the bigger plan for me is that you have this awesome thing called a production value. Stick to it. You've made that commitment to your team. You have to stick to the value of what that production plan is. Yes, there is such thing called wiggle room. Yes, there are curveballs. Yes, there are sustainability issues, things you may have to do. Client may step in for option B, C, or D. But the biggest thing that you can do to keep yourself successful is maintaining that original production plan from the get-go. Because you've already invested time, money, effort, status quo, knowledge, etc. And if you're not sticking to those 5 core, you're going to sink really quickly. So for me, I do it at the beginning of the year. This is what I call my year-long threshold. I literally, everything that's a black square, that means the date doesn't exist in that month of the year. Anything that was a yellow was a holiday. Anything that was a blue was a major event. I put this stuff down immediately. And this is just a calendar so I can see, okay, from this date to this date, I need to have this production value. If you're not doing a production plan at the beginning of your year or quarter or whatever that you have, you're going to get behind. And that behind in that workflow is going to cause multiple spin downs of what you have over and over and over again. So I highly suggest doing a production plan, production schedule for anything that you're doing, whether it's a magazine rollout, an article base, whatever you got going on. That's the biggest deal. So the biggest thing for me is respecting people in the office. It's not respecting title, it's respecting chain of command, it's respecting process, it's respecting everything that you have to do within an order of operations, once again. So meetings, and this is the one thing I always tell people. Public record is one thing, private record is another. But when you're in a public record format, if I have to email you more than once, I need to pick up the phone. If that conversation is 1, 2, 1, 2, that's too many times. Pick up the phone and have a conversation with somebody. The biggest thing, the reason why I bring that up, is because so many things can fall between the cracks and can be misinterpreted. That's why people have that assumption rule. Y'all know what assumption makes. It makes an ass out of you and me for a reason. Why I say that is because there are multiple times in the world of communication, number one, our first back up to the root again, commune. It's to get together, to have purpose, to connect. If we're not communicating, we have lost that assumption value automatically out the door. The value has been devalued automatically. So when you're having this respect notion, it's not just respecting people's time, it's not just respecting their ability, but it's respecting their knowledge. They got hired, they're in that room for a reason, and they're telling a story for a reason. I didn't just handpick this person just because they're a friend, a confidant. They do have that nepotism sometimes. But I literally hired people who are smarter than me for a reason. I want to know that when I go into the room, I'm not the smartest person. I may be knowledgeable, but I want to hire people who are smarter than me because I know they're going to make us look good as a whole, not myself. That goes back to the very beginning of once again, teamwork, transmodal. Next, and this is the biggest one, I think, out of all the ones I talk about today, and that's why I put it dead middle for a reason. When you're following up and following through, the biggest thing that you have to do necessarily from a comms world is we go back to the assumption rule again. When you have that communication and you have that follow up and you have that follow through, you are the process has been communicated directly, oriented, and making sure it's in a timely done fashion. And so for me, the biggest thing is if I make a commitment to you or I promise that I'm going to do something, that is good as gold. That to me is the number one hireable thing. And if you guys don't know this already, this is the assumption factor. LinkedIn today is the number one resume. And I tell this to anybody, anytime, any day, anywhere. I am not calling any of the references that you gave me on your resume. I'm not. First thing I'm doing, I'm hopping on LinkedIn. I'm typing in your first and last name in the city that you have claimed as your resident. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm scrolling down to see who we have in common. And the next thing I'm doing after that is I'm picking up that phone. If I have their phone number, I'm messaging them going, hey, I want a non-solicited, non-understood representation of who this person is, what they do, and why they do the work the way they do. And 99.9% of the time, those people are going to tell me the truth about you. What's going to happen to those references on your resume? Oh, Jane Doe was phenomenal. She worked with, because that person's been scripted and has been on your resume for the last 10 years. And they know they're with your friend, they're helping you. That's why you put them on there most of the time. And here's the bad part about this. I would rather call an employer who gives you a bad recommendation and then call a colleague or somebody you've worked with who gives you a good recommendation. And the reason behind that is your employer probably didn't work with you. They were your boss, but they probably didn't work with you most of the time. I want to call the person that was on your marketing team or who worked in operations or worked in controls and say, how did Jane Doe do? How did John Smith function in this? When they were under pressure, how did they, you get the gamut, you get where I'm going with this. That's the biggest thing for me. So for me, following through is big, following up, making sure that communication is given. We talked about this earlier, failure to communicate, the assumption factor. This one, as I told you, I was going to skip over this one in a second. But the biggest thing for me here is making sure that communication is not the assumed and a valuable factor. And what I mean by that is today in the digital world, we make assumptions that if it's on the calendar, it's good as gold. If we put it in pen, it's good. That's why we say we're going to pin that for now, because the pins can be pulled out. Not a literal writing pin, but a pin. Everything can be pulled out up on your feet at any point in time, any day, anywhere. I'm going to give you guys a great example. In 2020, we had just had my son. He was about a year old. COVID happened. We were all going through this whole pandemic together as a group. And I'm thinking, I've been working in sports now for almost 13 years at that point in time, and I'm going, I'm going to be in sports for the rest of my life. And then I got to be home with my son. And I got to realize this dad thing is pretty freaking cool. I want to keep doing this. I want to grow this relationship. I want to see where it goes. And then an opportunity came knocking where I could go private sector, work from home, be around my son more. Then I went to have a second child. We lost our second child 5 months into the pregnancy. And as part of that factor, it made a shift. And I mean, massive shift on how I saw the world. At first, I had to reconcile with myself. I had to heal myself. My employees and my employers, they didn't know that stuff was going on. It was an internal situation. But there's those moments where it miscues what you're trying to do. And then a year after that, I ended up having our daughter, Addie, who's now the joy of my life. And the best part I'm trying to get at, though, is communication. That's where I messed up in my career path. There were times that I made assumptions or comments that I thought were understood. Or, hey, I'm going to be out of work today. Well, what does that mean by being out of work? Some companies sometimes means I'm going to check my email every once in a while, but I'm not paying attention to my workload. Or I'm on PTO. No, what does PTO truly mean? For me, I'm turning off my phone, turning off my email, leaving my laptop at home. Some people, they brought their laptop with them on vacation and they're still going to check their email every night while their kids are in bed before they go to bed. It just depends on what that definition is. So make sure you know what those understandings are, especially when you're on what's called oriented practices or competing media blockouts. So what I mean by that is if you're at a publishing company and as part of your publishing company, you know what your deadline is. If somebody calls out on PTO, that PTO needs to be on that schedule. The big production plan that I had up earlier, I highlighted when my workers were going to be out on PTO, so I knew what the expectation was going to be for that unit or that part of the project. So making sure you're communicating that is huge. Credit. This is the one that our society really struggles in right now, and it's the one that probably depresses me more than anything. We now have a culture where it's I want it and I want it now. Instant gratification. I need you to look at me, like me, repost me, retweet me, show me your clicks, all of that. That's the biggest thing that drives me insane about the world of comms, networking, and just industry in general. I shouldn't have to be the one who's standing on top of the mountain shouting my own praises. Sometimes credit is given where credit is due. And the best type of credit is the credit that you don't know you've been given. I like to be able to walk out of this room right now and know that if there was a conversation about me, that those people could only give credit to what they know, not what they consume. And that's the biggest factor that I try to tell people all the time. It doesn't matter what your tag is, what the work that you've done, how you've done it, when you do it. It's what you can achieve outside of that credit once that credit is given. For me, I love giving my team credit. I like to make sure they always hear the words we, our, us. You will never, never hear me say me, my, they. That just should never be in your vernacular. If you're showing outward affection, you're making yourself like the background. And it's showing that your achievement as a whole is what is most important to you. Everyone likes that factor every once in a while. Yeah, it's great to have that pat on the back. Yeah, it's great to have that motivation. But at the biggest point, at the biggest time of your biggest day, the one thing that you have to understand and know is your growth factor is important. Turning it through these last couple of points, because I'm going to make sure I get some question times in, is we talked about this earlier. Improve on what you do. Make sure that what you're doing is not the same thing. If you can lift 5 pounds today, you should be able to lift 10 pounds the next day. 20, etc. That's why I love the great example of Mr. Potato Head behind us. You can always go to, my family's a Lego family. My kids love Legos. I love the simple fact that my son likes to destroy his Legos and then rebuild something cool out of them. And he gets better and better and better each time. This is what the example is. This is what it used to look like, and this is what I made it look like. We turned it into the state every single month with the same look, and it didn't do anything for us. Then we made the second version of it that allowed me to market it to the public and turn it into the state, and it still achieved 2 heads at once. That's what I'm saying. You can take the same information but make it look prettier. This one is the most important, I think, overall. Back up the intentional. I just want to show the video for a second on this one. He intentionally tried to walk the guy. Instead, the batter had the chance to lean over and whack the ball all the way out to the left field fence. When you're intentional in what you do, you can't make mistakes. If I purposely know that I'm going to speak about something, or if I'm going to write about something or do something, I need to be intentional on what that activity is and making sure I'm giving the right time to it. So setting goals. I always overset goals, and it sounds crazy, but you're never supposed to achieve your goal. That's why I know people say, oh, you're supposed to achieve your goal. You're supposed to. No, because then you're only going to want more. So for me, I always set a so extreme goal up at 100%. And I know I'm going to meet the 70. I know I'm going to meet the 80. To me, that's celebratory moments all the way to know that perfection is 100. And none of us are ever going to be perfect. I don't care what you think. What you say, how you feel. We will never be perfect. Things happen. Mistakes happen. Especially when we've already produced something out into the public. Own those mistakes. Take credit for them, but make sure they don't happen again. Last 2 points. Positivity. Everything you should do it with grace, purpose, understanding, love, respect, kindness. It's like the Boy Scout motto. A scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. Those are the 12 points that every single Boy Scout lives by. And that's what I will hope you guys can take into what your life is on a daily basis. 15, I like to laugh at myself a lot. I am a klutz by nature. I like to make fun of myself. And I'm going to tell you a funny story about it real quick. There's a reason why I'm not taking a headshot this week with Miss Derryberry, even though I highly advise you guys to get nice and pretty and go take a free headshot up front. In 2013, I got hit in the face with a baseball right here. And when I did, I got knocked out to the ground where this side of my face hit the side of the bench. I lost a lot of my teeth. I was a high school teacher at that point in time after my master's program. And I had my students look at me and I just was like, what's wrong? Every single day I found humor in it while I was getting the dental pack. I have a 4-year-old who pointed out to me and was like, Dad, why don't you ever smile in photos anymore? Well, it's because I'm missing teeth, kid. And I now have gotten a lot taken care of, but I find humor in those moments. So like for me, it's like people would blot out their teeth with the black and stuff like that. I would say it's natural. And you should see the other guy. If you think I got hurt, you should see it. Stuff like that. Find humor in what you do. Ease it off with the pain. Last point of emphasis. Every challenge that you take is huge. But one of the biggest things I told you, I'd come back to quotes. Sometimes you have to think fast, think on your feet. You're not going to know what's going to hit you until it hits you. There's the best quote in the world about this. It's Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. How do you react? And if you can't change or you can't react to those challenges, you're setting yourself up for failure automatically. So last couple of things just to show you from visuality. If you get bored and you want to kind of look into some of the things I do on the side and you ever want to connect with me, I'm an open book. I'm one of those people that literally says, I will talk to you anytime, any day, anywhere. Email me, set up a time, we'll connect. But this is one of the mentor groups I'm a part of. I also do Visit Tallahassee. I serve on the Tallahassee Sports Council. I do stuff with FSU Professional Knoll, allowing students to get connected on campus. So if you know if there's a student in the comms, marketing, media, sports world, please have them reach out to me. I love helping mentor and grow them to the next factor. But I do some stuff like that. This is just some of the stuff about me. I wrote an article about this. You can LinkedIn me, Google it, and find it. But time for some questions, some discussion, but just in case I don't get to it, this is my contact information. This is my email. Find me on LinkedIn. Find me on Twitter. I'm an open book. So if you have any questions, feel free at this time. I'm down for anything besides it. There's a way to get the light down a little bit. It's a little bright.
Thank you, Jason. Do we have any questions for Jason? Anyone? I have a question for you. So if I am just entering the workforce, getting the LinkedIn profile up and ready, making sure your resume is clear and accurate, should students or people about to enter the career force really worry about fleshing out their resume too much?
It depends on what the application process entails. For me, there's two types of resume that you can have, and it's your bullet pointed resume that we all have, that formalized, check off, this is what I did while I worked here, this is my responsibilities. Those bullet points are great, but they're meaningless unless you can show an actionable item to them. So for me, curated 66% growth on social media while a part of the social media team at XYZ page, showing that that's the bullet points that are important if I'm fluffing something out. If I've done nothing that's achievable that shows that growth point, I'm probably just going to be very vague and say bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. The reason why I gave the two explanations of the resumes earlier, you can have what's called the shorthanded conversational version of your resume and then the deep CV, the one that goes super, super loaded. What I usually do and what I try to teach some of the people that I work with is when you put your full-on resume into the system, if I already have a rapport with the individual who may be the hiring manager or somebody who works on that staff, the first and foremost thing I'm automatically going to do is I'm going to say, hey, here's my formalized, I've already applied, but here's my quick hits, so when you're having conversation, they have a quick reference point on it, and it's right there and it's in front of them, and I'm not having to push through 4 pages of information. That's the biggest growth point there.
You would recommend maybe you have the formal resume, but then also your highlights, your highlight reel to get back into the sports reference, which I know very little about, but I'll do. No. Any other questions? Questions about how to market yourself? Because that's what you do. Anytime you're doing a job interview, you're marketing yourself. All right. Thank you so much, Jason. If anybody has any questions, I think he'll still be here, but we're going to take a little break and we'll be back at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I apologize. Back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. All right, we are back with Impact Week, and we have Krista Campbell with Capstone Coaching, and Consulting. And she is your partner in leadership development. She's going to talk to us today about mastering communication for your professional growth. Let's hear it for Krista.
Thank you, Jackie. I'm Krista. Thanks for having me here this week at Impact Week in Tallahassee. A 10-second overview of my background. I spent 25 years in the corporate world. The first 8 years focused on human resources and HR management, and then I transitioned into operations and executive management. And earlier this year, like Jackie said, I opened up a leadership coaching and consulting business focused on Tallahassee. And I also do a little bit of small business strategy, strategic planning. But I'm really pursuing my passion of helping people grow professionally. And I know Jackie switched from personal to professional, which it says professional in the title. However, I'm really having fun learning so much about communication and focusing on how to grow, not just professionally, but professionally and personally, because it's really a 360 review. So let's get started. Okay, so when we talk about conversation and when we talk about communication, I really see it as a dance, right? How do you lead your partner? How do they lead you? And so I really like to think about it as a form of art now. And as we focus on it, you know, again, that 360 approach. How are you communicating with other managers? How are you communicating with other employees? How are you communicating with your manager or your employees? How are you communicating with your partners? And how are you responding in stressful situations when you make mistakes, when you're working through a changing climate? All of that is about communication. And recently asked by one of my clients to talk about customers, right? So they are a customer-facing business, and they asked me to do something on customer service. And I said, sure. And as I was working through the presentation, I really thought about a customer's everyone. And when you think about professional growth, you think about how are people watching me communicate in different situations to allow me the ability to grow professionally, right? So how you're not just communicating with clients or customers, how you're communicating with other people that you work with, and is your manager watching you in those situations, and are they making decisions based on your professional interaction with other people, on thinking about your leadership potential? And all those things are so key in professional growth. In a time where we're really struggling to find employees, is a time where we want to retain the right people, we want to treat our customers well, and we really want to take that opportunity to grow. So we're going to talk about all that today, and feel free to ask questions if you have questions. I like to be very interactive, so raise your hand or yell something out. I'm all good. Okay, so how is conversation accepted? Who makes the choice of whether it's a positive or negative interaction? And my answer used to be you or me, whoever says it. But my answer now is both, right? You make the choice on how an interaction is communicated based on how you deliver it, so that's you, or how it's received, so that's the receiving person, right? So is it positive or negative communication. And how do we know? We know based on the outcome that happens after we have that conversation. Whether you're moving forward something professionally, whether you're trying to accept a client, whether you're willing to part someone in your co-shared office space, all those things, that communication is so key on how you deliver it, and then also on the flip side, how you receive it. And there's two keys that we're going to talk about today in terms of communication. The key points are delivery, we just talked about it, how you deliver it, how you say it, what does your body language look like, and also confirmation, right? Is that what it says? Confirmation. I'm not used to not having a cheap monitor in front of me, so bear with me as I look at the screen behind me. And what I like about both of these, if you deliver it appropriately and you have confirmed that the person you're talking to understands what you said, then hopefully you'll have peace, right? So the number 2, I love that, such a coincidence. Okay, this is one of my favorite leadership quotes. You don't get results by focusing on the results. You get results by focusing on the actions that produce results. And those actions are communication, right? It can be how it's delivered, it's how it's confirmed, setting expectations, ensuring that what you are trying to communicate comes off in the way that you want to say it, or you want it absorbed, really, right? The action, how you say it. And then we're also going to talk about how you absorb it and retrieve it. Okay, so how can you say it? It's not just about the words. And I will say in 2023, and I will say, having been married for over 15 years and having kids and leading teams of over 50 employees and being responsible for 1,200 employees from a HR perspective, I learned every single day communication counts. And your body language, all of it matters, right? You walk into Moe's and they say, welcome to Moe's, right? Are you welcoming? And this isn't just about customers. This is how people walk into your office, right? How people come into your space. It's about how you treat people when you walk in the door, right? And it's also think about how you want to be treated by others. So if you have coworkers, you know, it's just not like going in the morning and sit down and complain about what happened last night. You know, I was known as walking through the cubicles or hallways and saying good morning to everybody, just to try to welcome, right? And to create a smile. And so just think about, are you being courteous, you know, when as much as possible, right? And this isn't 100% world, but do your best to be courteous. Eye contact is huge. How do you want to be treated? When you want something done and you want the outcome that you want, eye contact and your body language, are you know, how is your demeanor? How do you want to be treated? We've all walked into a store and not been met with a welcome, right? We've all walked into, I don't know, some type of store, largely customer service, and someone's been on the phone or on the computer or something. They don't make a connection. They don't look at us in the eye. They barely acknowledge us. And if, in some cases, we're really in maybe kind of a stressful kind of situation where we need something accomplished if we have a service that's broken, or, you know, if you're going into a state agency because you need a driver's license or you need to pay your taxes or whatever it is, and people aren't responsive or respectful, think about that. And think about if you make the choice, when people are around you and walk in your space, whether you're at work, whether you're trying to grab clients, if you make that eye contact, if you're courteous, if you allow that welcome, When I say make a connection, what I'm saying is if someone walks in the door with an Impact shirt on in 2 weeks, like, oh, did you go to Impact? What was your favorite, speaker? Or if someone walks in to your room with a University of Miami shirt on, oh, that was a good game, man. How's your quarterback? Man, that was hard to watch. Or if someone walks in the room and they're wearing a short shirt that says Breckenridge, Colorado, and you could say, hey, that's on my list, right? It just helps make a connection. If you don't have a connection, talk about the weather. Man, it's hot outside. Or, just there's a connection in something that you can talk to people about. Once you do that, you're creating a vibe. And if you're in a situation where it might be a little tense, or you don't like the person that's sitting next to you necessarily, but sometimes we have to work with people that we don't connect with, there's something that connects you. Maybe it's just professional growth. Maybe you both have a year that you have to be in this position and you want to move on. Find something to connect with to have a positive experience with someone. In terms of talking to people, talking to coworkers, are you creating a safe space for people to talk to? If someone walks into your office and wants to talk to you, are you on the phone, playing a game, right? Are you texting with someone that's not that important? Are you making eye contact? Are you being friendly? Are you just like, what's up? It happens all the time, right? What's up? There's not that sense of helpfulness or I'm here to really grow. So I coach people all the time on take it to another level. Even if you're not getting what you want from someone, make it easy for them. Make a connection. Give them options. If you're working with a client and you ask them a question, or maybe you like to use big words, I'm not a big word. If I see someone doesn't understand what I'm saying, I instantly give them options, or I instantly try to provide opportunity to have a communication with them to make it easy for them to respond, if that makes sense. So just think through that with anyone you're working with in a professional environment. Are you listening? And then you can always say it back, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. All right. I love this quote. The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. And I'm going to take us all back to kindergarten, right? When we sat, I seen that heads nodding. When you sit around in a little circle and you whisper to someone next to you a phrase, and by the time it goes to the person, it's a whole different phrase, right? Because something is lost in communication always, right? So how do we tackle that illusion? And we're going to talk through that. Because even if I say the word urgent, what does that mean to me? What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? That word means something different to everybody. I can think it means I need it by the end of the day, right? I say it to you, I say urgent. What my intent is, I need it from you now, right? You accept that as urgent means by tomorrow morning. You don't clarify it, it's illusion. I'm thinking an expectation, he's hearing something totally different, right? Or example of an illusion is you could be having a conversation and you have 3 points. I'm having a conversation with somebody, I have 3 points. The first point I make, you don't agree with. Let's just say you don't agree with it. What happens? You're thinking about why you don't agree with it, and you maybe have already disconnected. You don't hear number 2 at all, right? Happens all the time because you're already angry at number 1. So you don't hear it at all, And so I know I've told them whatever step 2 was, and they were in front of me, but they didn't hear it. So I think that conversation took place because I know I told them, they did not hear it. So what do? How do you eliminate the illusion? Confirmation. Confirmation is key. It's so huge, and we're going to talk about this from 2 different perspectives. So first of all, we're going to make sure that you're communicating with the person in your workspace in that they understand what you are saying, right? Confirm. And when I say confirm, I'm not saying pull out a document and have them sign it. I'm just saying have that communication. Use communication to your advantage to have someone to make sure that they understand what you're trying to say, right? So ask them questions to make sure that they have a complete understanding, right? And it might just be like, hey, I need this urgently, just like we talked about. I need this urgently. Are you good? So when do you think you can have it to me? Like, I need this time sensitive. So then they're going to respond. I think I can have it to you tomorrow morning. I'm so sorry. I really need this by the end of the day, right? So you confirm, you clarify in that conversation what that word means. So that is a way that you can ensure confirmation. So that in that communication, you have gotten to them to confirm. And then also, you ask them what action they're going to take. It happens all the time, right? We give direction to people and you miss out on some steps. Or you're talking to a client and you don't reiterate what it is that they asked you to do, and you give them the deliverable, and what happens? It's not exactly what they want, right? Because assumptions were made. So they can clarify at the end exactly what you're going to do. And then, I love this. Again, this sounds like a whole big thing. It's not. Follow up with an email. Follow up with an email or text, whatever you like to do, right? Follow up with, it could be like, hey, Jackie, I know you asked me to do this for you today. Let me start over. Hey, Jackie, thanks for coffee this morning. I enjoyed our meeting. Per discussion, this is what I'm going to have to you by Friday. And then half bullets. It does not have to be complicated. Like half bullets. I'm going to have these 3 things to you. I'm going to have it to you by Friday. And we're going to use this tool, and we're going to have it in PowerPoint format, and blah, blah, blah. If I got anything incorrect or if I misunderstood, please let me know immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to proceed as this email states or something like that. Thank you so much for this opportunity. What that does is it puts that any question marks in quick writing to get a quick confirmation to make sure you're on the right page, right? You can do this with a partner, you can do it with a client, you can do it with a coworker, you can do it with a manager, you can do it with an employee. You can do 360, right? Set the expectations, and then what's also brilliant about this, what I think is brilliant about this, you put the burden on them to accept it, right? If I got any of this incorrect, please let me know immediately, otherwise I'm proceeding forward, or something like that, right? So keep that in mind, all right? So now let's flip it. This is all about making sure they understand. So let's talk about making sure I understand, or you understand. Same principles, right? Someone says to me, I need this really quickly. Okay, by really quickly, is Thursday morning okay? Nope, Thursday morning's not okay. Okay, when do you need it? I need it by 5 o'clock today. Okay, I'll have it to you by 5 o'clock today. Right? So I'm asking questions to make sure that I understand. So it's the same principle, but it's flipped. Same thing. I like to instill the repeat concept no matter what side you're on. Because again, if it's critical, and what we're talking about today is not just better communication, it's about communication for what? Professional growth. And when you're trying to grow professionally, executing what is being asked of you or vice versa is key to that professional growth, right? One of my last jobs was COO, not because I'm incredibly smart, right? But because I learned how, two things. One, I was definitely a get stuff done type person, right? I facilitated with the right people to get things done, but I also learned how to communicate effectively, and I'm still learning every day on how to move towards efficiencies. And a key to this is also expectations and accountability, right? Are you setting expectations and are you holding people accountable? But let's get back to making sure that I understand or you understand, right? Whoever's talking, clarify next steps. And then again, even if it's me, I will follow up with an email, right? Someone, in my opinion, someone needs to do it. So I could say, on the flip side, thanks for the time. This morning, as I understood, you asked me to do these things. This is what I'm doing, and this is when I will have a deliverable for you. So you flip it, and you execute it. And again, just say, if I got anything wrong, let me know, right? And the key point, the things that you control on this is what? You. Your action. It is up to you whether you're on the receiving end or what's the opposite of that? Delivering end or receiving end. You can control your action, whether someone's asking me to do something or whether I'm asking someone else to do something. I can control what questions that I ask on both sides. I can control the follow-up. And again, the more that I can take responsibility of either side, and this is whether I'm an employee or a manager, or an employee to a manager to employee, a partner to a partner, a peer to a peer, I can still, because I want to grow professionally, I can maintain that control. So that's what I'm trying to get through today is if you are in a position that you want to sell more or do more or grow more, then understand how you can meet expectations better by using communication. So what I'm saying is you got to work at it, right? So think about that. You have to work at it. I work at it every day, and I'll tell you how I do that, right? So essentially, you want to use your communication to get the outcome that you want. So consider that, right? Am I going to get a better outcome? Am I going to improve my organization? Am I going to improve my sales? Am I going to improve my relationships? Am I going to improve my health? Right? Stress is what? A killer, right? My husband is recovering now from stress-induced illness, right? It's been 5 months, right? I have high blood pressure and heart disease and heart attacks in my family. If I don't learn how to communicate and de-stress now, I might have a few years left. So stress, right? How do you communicate? How do you control the way you react? And how are you communicating to improve outcomes? And part of, I truly believe this, after spending 25 years in the corporate world, that setting expectations up front and communicating better relieves stress. It really does. Because if you set the expectations, or if you ask the questions, then it eliminates confusion in the end, or eliminates you or the person you're talking to wasting time or missing deadlines or doing the wrong thing or asking the wrong person. And another thing about communication is you have to make it a safe space. right? You have to make people feel welcome to come talk to you, right? If people are intimidated by you, are they gonna come talk to you? Maybe not. If you bit someone's head off because they didn't do the right thing, are they gonna come talk to you and ask you for advice next time? Probably not, right? So just create that. And so everything we're talking today about communication is, are you communicating in a way that's going to help you get the outcome that you want, right? All right, so let's talk about some communication tips. So the first one is, don't talk in absolutes. So don't talk in everyone, or every time, or always. And this first example is personal. I was talking to one of my clients, hopefully they're not watching, and she's in the room, and I'm doing a little bit of a different presentation, but we were talking about absolutes, and she had this epiphany. She's like, oh my gosh, this is why my daughter hates me right now. Because I always say always or never. I mean, literally, she had an epiphany. She said, my daughter's often late, and I say, you're always late. Every morning, same thing. You know, not every morning, I just did it, right? But, you know, say her daughter's late twice a week. Her mom says, you're always late, or you're never on time. So what happens? As soon as you talk in absolutes, and it's not true, what happens? The other person is immediately what? Offended, on the defensive, angry, because it's not true, right? And so just think about that, not from the parent's perspective, but say you have an employee or a coworker, you always miss your deadlines, or you're always late. Why can't you make it here on time, right? But 70% of the time, they make their deadlines. But it's like that, you know, that rule where the negative always sticks out. So you can say it in a different way. Like, hey man, you've been late. You know, the last 2 projects we did, what's going on? Can maybe we reset expectations to help us, you know, control these projects a little bit better? But once you say you're always late, the person's offended or defensive, right? And we're really good, almost all of us, at being defensive when we know something's not true. So just try not to talk in absolutes, overstating terms. So back to my favorite word, urgent. You know, the boy who cried wolf. If something's urgent, or if everything's urgent, right? Everything that I need is always urgent. The one time I really need something immediately, are you gonna take me seriously? No. I see heads shaking. No, you're not going to take me seriously. So don't overstate it. You need to make a connection and set expectations about what's reality, right? Okay. I have a sticky note on my monitor, and it says, silence enables bad behavior, or something like that, but you get my drift. So if you stay silent, and again, let's go to the same example. You have an employee who's always late. I just said always. You have an employee who's frequently late. You have a partner who's frequently misses deadlines. If you stay silent, what are you doing? You're enabling that bad behavior. There's ways you can address that where it's not bad, where you can just say, hey man, what's going on? You've been late 3 times this week, you know? Anything I can do to help, or something like that. It doesn't have to be a bad interaction. But the sooner you have that calm, casual, kind of jovial conversation about someone being late or someone missing deadlines, the better it is to address it. Because what happens if you wait? You're enabling bad behavior, right? You're making it hard to address. And then again, if you're talking about policies or expectations, you're losing your credibility with them. So just think about that as you are putting off decisions, or you're putting off those difficult conversations. Because I say have them. Figure out how to have that difficult conversation. sooner the better, right? And do it in a great way. And we can do that. Okay, if you're if you respond in an argumentary, that's not a word, but you know what I'm saying, or demeaning way, you're not going to create a safe space for people to talk to you. So think about it. And we're changing, right? Year by year, generation by generation, we're changing on the way that we speak, the way that we email, the way that we talk. Every day I'm learning something new about punctuation or text. Like I give thumbs up all the time and my kids think it's passive aggressive. And I was like, I thought I did a good job. And then I learned if you put a period at the end of the text, that means like direct, authoritative. And I'm like, that's just good punctuation. So we learn all the time. So I'm putting a period at the end of a text to somebody and they're taking that in a way that I don't mean. They think that I'm being demeaning and I'm not. So just think about that even verbally. We say stuff in a joking way that might have been okay. Like now, like I don't even say like, you know, like 10, 15, definitely 30 years ago, like I'm gonna kill you. Like you just, you know, spilled paint on the floor, you know, or something. I'm just thinking like, you know, there was like this, I'm gonna kill you. Like, I can't believe you just did that. In a jovial way. You can't say, there's a lot of things we can't say today that we could say 20 or 30 years ago because they mean something different now. And so jokes, right? You know, are you offending somebody and you don't know it? And that's the thing. I would say 50-50, maybe 70-20, 70-30. People mean to be demeaning and people have no idea they're being demeaning. And so just say something. Because in some cases, people don't know. And so if you stay silent again, you're enabling them. If you don't sit, and they're going to do it again. But if you say, hey, that really offended me, right? That, you know, do you realize how that made me feel? Your sarcasm just was like a punch in the gut to me. Like, and you know, they had no idea, right? So just think about, can you have communications in those ways? If you don't take the opportunity, then you don't work towards improvement. And if you're not working towards improvement, and a lot of you, I think, in the audience are probably entrepreneurs like I am now, just think about that impact on your potential clients, right? What do you say? How do you say it? Am I making it easy for them to do business with me? And those types of things by communicating through email. So instead, this is key. Pause and think about it before you say it. To be a better communicator, you have to work at it. So take the time and pause and think before you speak, right? Before you get defensive or react in a way that's not constructive to the outcome that you want, think about a different way to say it. So I was at lunch with some clients, and one of them said, I tried really hard. I channeled my inner Krista to like respond to this person who was not being nice to me, and I'm like, oh my goodness. But like, if you pause and think about, okay, this person did not mean to offend me. I'm here because I'm trying to sell business. This is what I should say instead. And that just took me, 10 seconds to say. When you allow yourself to think that way in your head, it takes 2 seconds. I challenge you to think about that the next time someone tests you in those situations. Just pause and think about it. You have time. And silence is a great communication tool because a lot of people are uncomfortable in silence. And so they want to talk. But if someone is like upset or something like that, giving them while you're channeling, what should I say instead of what's on the tip of my tongue or biting your tongue, that's also giving them a few seconds to calm down. So use it to your advantage. ask instead of accuse. This is a big one, right? Anytime anyone in my house loses something, we accuse someone else. And what, 80, 90% of the time, whose fault is it? The owners, right? So whoever owns whatever they lost. It's the same thing in terms of mistakes or situations at work. Ask instead of accuse. Even if you know that someone took your phone charger, or if you know, who left all the lights on, or, all the monitors on, or I'm trying to think of a relevant situation to like reach the audience. But in a situation where it's easy to accuse someone, I challenge you to ask instead. Like, hey, hey, did you see the charger that usually stays in the office kitchen? I'm not sure where it is. Right? It could have been you. Maybe it's in your purse. Has that ever happened to you? Or your laptop bag? Right? You lose something, but then you find it. So instead of saying, where'd you put the charger? Just say, hey, have you seen the charger? I've been looking for it all morning. Or do you have any idea who left all the lights on and the doors unlocked last night? The alarm wasn't set? And maybe you know it was them, maybe you don't. And think of a work situation. Someone maybe didn't respond to an email. Instead of accusing them for not responding to your email, because what? There's a 15% chance you didn't hit send, right? I just uploaded a new Outlook, and for some reason, like my emails aren't sending, or they're staying in draft and send, so like I'm triple checking everything. But glitches happen, so instead of saying, hey, you didn't respond to my email, or being angry. I mean, I've done that. I'll send someone an email, they don't respond back. Instead of accusing them of not responding to your email, ask them if they received your email. Ask them if they had a chance to read the email you sent them last night. And that gives the opportunity what? To say, oh, I don't remember seeing it, or I don't think I got it. Because if you accuse someone and it turns out to be your fault, how does that make you look? Right? Especially as you're trying to grow, right? So ask instead of accuse. We talked about share values. We talked about making recipients feel safe. It's hard for me to try to let people finish their sentences and not cut them off. Ask questions, be courteous, even if you disagree with them. You can ask questions through a disagreement. And in some cases, goes back to that slide about communication is an illusion. Sometimes people are on the same page, but they're on different paragraphs. And so you're really similar, and so you just have to talk through questions or constructively ask questions to understand you're both moving towards the same goal. Again, can you channel your inner calm not to interrupt or criticize, to let them finish what they're saying, and then ask and inquire, be curious, instead of being demeaning, that will never work, I can't believe you're saying that, this person's never gonna approve it, whatever it is, like, hey, instead of saying, hey, the CEO's not gonna approve that, you could say, hey, I'm just curious, have you run this by the CEO? Question.
I have a question on the condescending looks.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't know you're giving them.
Yes.
How do you work on that?
So the question is, on the condescending looks slide, how do you, if sometimes people don't tell you, or you don't know you're giving them, how do you work on that? So my answer is self-reflect and be self-aware and try harder than you've ever tried before, because you don't know. And I would say 10 years ago, we were on a large software implementation project, and sometimes there'd be 25 people in the room, and whenever it was my turn to speak, I would be what I thought was asking questions, constructively. But someone finally said, hey, Krista, someone very close to me, like she was a project manager and we worked really well together. She said, Krista, listen, I know you and I know you are genuinely asking questions. But when you are asking the questions, you're saying them in a directive tone. And so they think you're telling them what you want them to say back to you. I know that's not what you mean. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a big wake-up call for me, because I was essentially, I thought, openly asking questions, but the way my tone was as a directive with a question mark at the end, which what? It's not safe. It's not safe. It's not safe for people to give it back to me. Ever since that moment, and those criticisms are so crucial, take the sting and move on. Take the sting, learn from it, and move on. And then to your point, if you're having a conversation with someone and you look at them in a way that doesn't vibe with how you think you're delivering it, then you have to self-reflect and say, did I just roll my eyes? Some people, you're laughing, so I don't know if it's roll the eyes. Sometimes people don't know, or they don't know. And so if you're not getting the outcome that you want in these conversations, think outcome, communication for outcome. If you're not getting the outcome that you want, then think about what was my demeanor like? And then if you have people you trust, in your professional circle or in your family, or just say, hey, listen, I need to work on this. I don't mean to roll my eyes, and I do it. Can you like don't call me out in a meeting, but like touch your nose or pull your ear, or or tell me later that I am giving a demeaning gesture, right? So work on it. Find people that you can trust and self-reflect, because it's all about lessons learned. If you walk out of the meeting and you don't get the outcome that you wanted, think about it. What did I do to not allow people to open up or not contribute? What could I have done differently? And don't beat yourself up over it. I mean, I do that all the time, right? I'm my own worst critic. But what I do also is learn from everything. I learn from myself. I learn from others. So if I see someone rolling their eyes at other people and not creating a safe space, then I'm thinking about, gosh, do I do that? I need to make sure I work on that. So thank you for the question. Keep them coming. Okay, so let's try it. All right, so instead of the fact is, right? The fact is very definitive, right? So you might offend someone, you might make someone who has constructive criticism become defensive. So if you say, the fact is, this policy is never going to be agreed upon by the CEO. You could say, based on my experience in running new policies by the CEO, I'm not sure this one's going to be accepted. Does that make sense, right? So instead of giving a definitive, I'm laying down the hammer, this is never going to be acceptable, you give your say, based on my experience, this is what I've heard. Or, in my opinion, that policy is a little tough, and I'm not sure everyone's going to agree on it. Let's look at it from a different standpoint and discuss it together instead of the fact is, right? Another example, everyone's saying, right? Everyone's saying this new pricing is not going to work. It's not everyone, right? It's not everyone. You could say the last 3 people I've talked to have hesitated when we get to the pricing aspect. And they were these types of companies, let's discuss this, right? If you're talking about something, like put it in a true perspective instead of, again, bringing the hammer down. It's clear to me that our office hours are not effective, or that this proposal, this paragraph in our proposal is not conducive to the clients you're trying to seek. Instead of saying that to someone, you say, I'm beginning to wonder if we need to rethink our language in this contract. So these things are opening the doors for what? Collaboration, constructive feedback, right? Having a conversation, making it a safe space for someone else to contribute their thoughts. Because as soon as you use, the definitive words, you're shutting people out. And if you're not trying to do that, that's one of the things that I've really had to work on, right? And I stop and think about it. Instead of, again, who's your audience? Instead of saying you need to, you could say, have you ever considered maybe thinking about a different pricing option for this type of clients, right? Or instead of you need to, or if you're a manager, like, you need to do this. Or have you ever considered? And if you say, have you ever considered, it's opening the door to say, well, I understand your perspective, but I really want to think about approaching it from this perspective. And as a manager, what are you showing your employee if you allow them to show you a new perspective, right? You're allowing them opportunity for growth by empowering them to maybe make a different decision than what you told them they need to do. So just think about it. Open up that communication door. Instead of saying you're wrong, I've actually had different experiences, because once you say you're wrong or, you're shutting people out. Okay. Here's some more simple tips dealing with workplace communication. I love it. Say it with a smile. Who's ever heard that you can hear a smile through telephone? Okay, I see some hands. You can, sometimes. And it's the same thing face to face. Professional growth is about how you communicate, right? How you're effective, and part of that is communication, right? So if you try to keep a positive attitude, a positive demeanor, say it with a smile, even in difficult situations, expectations are huge. We've talked about that. After verbal conversations, I know email is like a black hole sometimes now. Even if you don't use email a lot, just say it all back. Like if you're not going to do the email and just say, hey, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Just to make sure I'm clear, this is what you've asked me to do by this deadline. Did I get all that correct? Awesome. Nope, you got the deadline wrong. Okay, let me write it down. What is it, right? Set the appropriate expectations. I used to work with one of my peers who would say yes just to get out of meetings, right? It was awful because we're in there making decisions, maybe pivoting processes a little bit for efficiencies. He doesn't agree with what anyone says. And then you say yes just to say yes and get out of a conversation. And then what happens? The rest of us go to try to implement those things. And you have one team who's not. What happens? A complete breakdown. It's the same thing if you say yes to a client and you can't meet that expectation. So instead of feeling forced to make an answer, and this, I used to tell my employees this, and I tell people this all the time. If you're not sure of the answer, get back to them and tell them you're going to get back to them. If you say yes and you're not able to do it, then you're going to get yourself in trouble, right? Because you're not going to meet the expectation. But if you're dependent on someone else who's not in the room, like, work with people who have sales and operations, right? And small businesses. The salespeople say yes. This is a great example for this crowd. The salespeople say yes, but they don't talk about really the people that are going to execute on that yes, and they can't do it. What does this person have to do? Backtrack, right? So you don't want to do that. So instead of saying yes or no, say, let me get the answer, I'll get back to you tomorrow morning. And then what happens if you don't have the answer tomorrow morning? What do?
back out.
Exactly. You reach back out to them the next morning and say, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my partner had a client meeting and dinner. I don't have an answer for you yet, but I'll have one to you by 1 o'clock today. Thanks for your patience. Right? But don't say yes or no if you don't mean it, because it'll get you in trouble. And then also it'll lose credibility. So you don't want to lose credibility. And if you say yes when you don't mean it, you can work yourself to that place. And when you're working towards professional growth, credibility is key, right? This happens all the time. Like you walk into a business and you had a previous interaction with them, and someone on another team or someone that was there yesterday told you the wrong thing or made a mistake. The person who's there today, what? Blames the other person, right? Or they blame another team. Don't do that. You know, it happens all the time. It is such a bad delivery in terms of dealing with a customer or, again, a partner, client, anything, because you're just showing bad customer service. So instead, you just relate to them. I'm so sorry. Now, if it's a repetitive mistake, same mistake over and over and over, and you're a manager and leader, talk to me afterwards, I'll talk to you about that. People love it when they ask for advice. Nobody knows everything. Use your conversation and communication skills to grow yourself, right? So find people, use other people's expertise. You don't know it all, don't act like you know it all, and ask for advice. People love that, right? So, hey, can I run something by you? Or, I understand what you're saying, but have you ever considered a different perspective? And instead of saying, you can't afford that, or that's not in the budget, say, hey, have you run, I'm just curious, have you run the financial scenarios? I'd love to know that. If not, can I help you? Or if not, why don't you go talk to the CFO, right? So open yourself up to that communication. Again, someone left the lights on, the door unlocked, turn the alarm on, whatever it may be. Instead of accusing, here's the good question. Did you happen to notice all the lights were off this morning when you came in? They were that way when I walked in the building. Maybe we need to make sure we understand who's the last one in the building, set the alarm, or whatever it is. Okay, here it is. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. I love this. 25 years, and I throw my mistakes on the table. And maybe I started doing this several years ago. I learned from them. I want others to learn from them. And then I'm also creating a safe space by owning my mistakes. I even own mistakes that I don't make. I own mistakes. Hired, right? Again, because all I'm trying to do is what? Work towards a solution, right? So own them. And I like to laugh about it, right? If I made a mistake, I like to laugh at myself, right? Imagine that. Imagine what happens if you own your mistakes, if you can laugh at yourself, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I made that mistake. It just cost us $250. I'll never do that again. I guess Jackie said I went camping this weekend, so I had to come back and get a pedicure because I don't, no more pedicures for me. I made a $250 mistake. Like, I got to cut it off for 6 months. Just laugh about it, right? What's the impact if you place blame on someone else? Is there a positive impact? No. I see people shaking their heads. No. If you make a mistake and you don't own it, or you blame someone else, or you're demeaning because you're embarrassed and defensive that you made a mistake, I just lost $250. I can't believe I did that. If you deflect it, if you don't own it, what culture are you creating around you, and who's learning from you, and how are you helping people grow? So I say own them. Okay, I love this. So we're on the receiving end. Someone's demeaning to me or says something inappropriate to me, right? In some cases, if you're in an employment situation and a manager says something that's extremely offensive or wrong, that's a whole other HR conversation. But if you're in a conversation with someone and they're demeaning, or they roll your eyes, again, be the bigger person, right? So if you're on the receiving end of a harsh or unkind comment, I love this because in a nice way, it addresses the person and reframes their statement. So if someone says something mean to me, then rephrase it and say, I believe what you're trying to say is, say it in a nice way, and then wrap it up, right? Look them in the eye, have that confidence, and if someone says, I'm so bad at examples, if someone says, I can't believe you made that $250 mistake. I knew we shouldn't have hired you. You didn't have the experience we needed. Then I could say something like, I believe what you're trying to say is you're angry at the mistake I made. I did learn from it, and I want you to know I put a process in place so that doesn't happen again, or something like that, right? And then you can fill in the blanks for the situations that you're in. But rise above the way it was presented to you. So if someone comes back with anything even harsher, like, I hate people who are born in California. I hate people who are born in California. They're too liberal, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I believe what you're trying to say is you didn't like the way I approached this, but I'm going to give it a shot. And how about we talk in 3 days and we'll talk about the progress we've made so far, and then you and I can talk about it together or something like that. Just make them know. They know when you say it like that, you're looking them in the eyes that it's not acceptable and you're addressing it. Oh, I already said this. Take a sting, take a breath. If you lead by example, just lead by example, right? And communication is key through all this. I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to skip a couple slides that are examples. One of my favorite books is Crucial Conversations. So it's about 60% professional growth and how to use communication, and 40% personal. It's a great book. So I highly recommend that. I think that's on the last page. Sorry, don't look. Oh, I have to say this. Get out of your comfort zone. It's hard. When you know you roll your eyes, when you know you're untactful, pay attention, be self-aware, and challenge yourself to stop and think in situations before you, one, get defensive, two, say something that is offensive, pause and think through it. Once you get out of your comfort zone every single time you respond in kindness or in a way that's more constructive, you learn from it. And I promise you, because this is me, every single time I can control myself in a difficult situation, I feel better. So get out of your comfort zone, and then it becomes habit, and you work out it every single time. So the goal is progress, not perfection. I have some tips printed out up here if you want to grab them, and you can take them with you. If you have any additional questions, I'm at the end of the time, so I don't know that we have time, but feel free to catch me afterwards, and come see me Thursday talking about engagement.
All right, let's thank you, Krista. Thank you. All right, we're just going to take a short break, and the next thing on our agenda is going to be the pitch event, and that starts at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Welcome. Impact Week has already been an incredible day full of events, and we'll be here all week with more. We're excited to have you here for today's event with Domi Station during their pitch event. I think we'll have some exciting pitches for us to see and watch. With that, I'll bring up their NC M. Smith.
Good evening. I feel like when we hear about these types of events, especially in some type of reality jazz thing, and it's exciting to be here in reality. An exciting night for entrepreneurs who are pitching their ideas. I know there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that goes behind putting that idea out to the world, and they need the support continue to bring it to life and bring it to life successful. So my name is Tam Smith. I'm simply the voice guiding you throughout the night tonight. The stars are really each and every person pitching tonight. But first, I want to bring up quite a star in her own right, the executive director of Domi Station, Kara Holbert.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. We're very excited about our second annual event. So before we get into all of the pitches with all these wonderful entrepreneurs who are very hard pitch decks and their presentations together, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. So to Envision Credit Union for their very generous support. We also have the Juming College of Entrepreneurship at Florida State University. Jackie Brown Consulting. Yeah. Impact Week, of course. Calendar Learning Center. We're graciously giving us this beautiful space to have you fit in all of Impact Week. We're very, very grateful to them as well. And then I also want to give a big shout out to our interns that put this event together. Leslie, William, Howard, now new director of community engagement. It's really exciting here. So hopefully she's not hiring digital service outside of it, but she's a rock star as well. So I'll go ahead and hand it back over to Tam, and we'll get ready and kick it off and see what all of these great entrepreneurs have to say tonight. Thank you.
Isn't this a cool venue? I'm going to add this to my resume. Yes, I have spoken at IMAX. I was on the big screen or in front of it. All right, we know tonight is also going to include some very illustrious, I will say, judges that are lined up right here in front of me. Now, if you are watching online, you can actually see them. I look like a mysterious figure speaking to you, so I'm enjoying it. So as you can see the judges, we have A&M University, and a minor in military science. She never thought that her educational journey would lead her to a career in the art world. But her luxurious, vibrant, and fluid artworks are most definitely an extension of her upbringing and express a desire for constant movement. Atkinson has received widespread recognition for her vibrant artwork, and she's been published by multiple media outlets, including both the covers of Tallahassee Woman magazine and Tallahassee magazine. Her recent solo exhibitions include the Tallahassee International Airport Art Port Gallery with Coca and Jefferson Arts Gallery. Her art and home decor have also been featured in Travel Pulse magazine, Bay magazine, Tallahassee Democrat, Greater Works TV Network, and Visit Tallahassee. It was chosen as the cover art for Big Ben Cares. Welcome, Kizzy Atkinson. Our next judge is Jake Kiker. Jake, we can give him a round of applause. Jake earned his bachelor's degree, summa cum laude. Tip my hat to you, sir. I did not do that. In political science and business from Florida State University, and his Juris Doctorate from the Florida State University College of Law. As an AV preeminent rated lawyer and shareholder with Williams Gunter Law, in addition to his nationwide credit union practice, Jake also specializes in business and commercial real estate transactions and regularly assists lenders and businesses in corporate organization, transactional, and governance matters, including finance and sales, mergers/acquisitions. Let's welcome Jake Kiker. And there, I will include, there is much more on each judge, but I'm sure you want to get to the event at hand. Rich Smith, CEO and co-founder of Critical Business Group. With an extensive background spanning 15 plus years, Rich is a seasoned expert in crafting and executing comprehensive marketing strategies that narrate an organization's unique story. His talent extends beyond the professional realm as he excels in cultivating lasting relationships with clients, partners, and communities, a testament to his exceptional interpersonal skills. Furthermore, Rich possesses a remarkable ability to identify opportunities for process improvement, underscoring his role as a catalyst for positive change in any setting. Let's welcome Rich Smith. And fabulously last and definitely not least, Amy Rex, Beresford Ventures, LLC. Since moving to Florida in 2013, Amy has been involved with early stage investing, including serving on the board of the Tallahassee chapter of the Florida Angel Nexus and on their statewide screening committee. Amy was one of the pioneers in promoting angel investing in Tallahassee and has served on corporate boards and as an advisor and mentor to local startups. Amy has been a manager with Beresford Ventures, LLC, a Florida-based micro-venture capital company since 2019. She is also part of North Florida Innovation Labs Advisory Group. Thank you for welcoming Amy Rex. Now that we have gotten to know our judges a little bit, let's find out what's happening tonight. As you can see right behind me again on this wonderful screen, we have pitchers that will have 4 minutes to pitch their ideas and then 5 minutes of Q&A. Tonight they are competing for the following. Each presenter is competing for a chance to take part in $22,000 in cash and in-kind prizes. Yes, we can give that a round of applause. That is very exciting. We have $2,000 cash prize for first place, a $1,000 cash prize for second place, and a $500 cash prize for third place. In kind, they will have access to Domi Station's co-working space for up to 3 members, access to Domi Station's incubator program, and 1-hour consultation with Jackie Brown Consulting. So they will be set a well-rounded prize for their pitches tonight. And we're not going to delay it any longer. We're going to have our first business come up, Maya Wright. Oh, or I will follow the screen behind me. Not this piece of paper. Okay, we'll have Jonah Coulter with Fast Labs.
This is the time started when I introduce myself. Well, hello everyone. My name is Jonah Coulter, and today I'll be talking about my business, FAST, Protective Hand Accessory Shooting Tools. Oh, well, there's the intro slide. Oops. Okay. So, act fast with FAST. Our goal is that if FAST saves one life, it was a success. So, the problem is that every 68 seconds, another American is sexually assaulted, and 1 out of every 6 American women has been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in her lifetime, which is a horrible statistic that I aim to lower. So what I have is a solution. It's a faster solution, and it provides a quick and easy takedown of an assailant in opposition to your average pepper spray shooter. Ours is, the cliche is that it kind of fires like a Spider-Man web shooter, and it's quick and easy. You don't have to fidget with the cap of the pepper spray shooter when you're in the heat of the moment. And it's a quick and easy takedown, saving valuable seconds for your life. So here's how it works. You put it on, you unlock the trigger, and you fire it. And then you refill the canister once it's done. So the cost to breaking down the cost of one unit is $6 landed. So it's $5 to produce the unit, around $1 to ship it, giving us a 60% profit margin on the unit. If we sell it for $15, giving us $9 profit per unit. And I plan to do organic marketing rather than paying for ads through channels, different social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and once we get enough money, YouTube influencers. And the target market is college-age sorority girls. And I got this number, 9,440,000, by looking at a survey where 41% of women are confirmed to own a pepper spray shooter, and I did the amount of women in college in America divided by that 41%. So the competition is a company called Little Viper. It's a really inconvenient alternative, and it sells for a higher $23. You wear it on one hand, you take 2 fingers from your other hand, and you have to aim it properly and shoot it. It's really inconvenient. So the progress I've made so far, I received $12,600 in funding for my own school, which I've used for engineering and trademarks and a hotel to get here. So right now we have a contract in place with a company called RB Toy in Chicago that will pay for my prototypes, and we're working on engineering it still. So my funding requests cover more engineering, a patent attorney, and the quote I've gotten right now for a package deal on injection molds is $20,000 total, around that much. So this is my team. I myself am the CEO, and my friend Jenny is going to be the face on all the social media videos because you can't have a man selling a product that's intended for women. So a woman's going to be the face of it. She's a very nice woman too, and she'll be doing all the marketing. This company called Cultco Inc. is my manufacturing consultants, and they have an engineer that works for them full time. And my advisor at my own school, Florida Gulf Coast, is Jonathan Schaefer. So thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we will have 5 minutes of Q&A.
We were trying to figure out the score. Sorry.
That's okay.
Does anybody have a question?
I do actually. When it comes to the solution, I know you said that it sprays out something. Can you kind of elaborate on that and what the impacts are to the attacker would be?
Yeah, so it sprays out a 0.8 milliliter canister of mace, and you just, when someone's chasing you, you have it readily available and you fire it just straight at them, and it should be pretty accurate once it's engineered. The difference between that and a regular one is that you just aim it and shoot it rather than having to pull it out, take off the cap, and then aim it correctly.
So is this assuming that if they're walking down the street, they're wearing one already, or you have to reach in and?
It's no. So to give a hypothetical example, let's say you're at work, and it's nighttime. When you're about to leave your office, you put it on. From the journey from your office to your car, once you're safely secured inside, you wear it, and then you take it off once you're in your car. It's really good for commuters too in big cities.
How far does it shoot?
It's supposed to shoot 6 feet.
Will you also be manufacturing and selling the refillable mace containers?
Yeah, I am. So we have an NDA with a big pepper spray manufacturer right now, and they're responsible for the cartridges themselves, whereas RB Toy, the company in Chicago, is going to be building the device. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I have another one. Oh, I'm sorry. So you said you've raised some money already. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so at my school, we have something called the Runway Program, and entrepreneurship majors like myself can take it for course credit, but I just took it because I wanted to. I conceptualized the idea not too long ago, probably about a year and a half ago, and through Runway, I've raised enough money to pay for some of the engineering that I started with. Originally, I started with $500 out of pocket to outsource it to an Indian engineer, and then once I got the money from Runway, I spent $3,000 to come up with those 3D renderings for the product from an American engineer.
So I'm curious, is your background engineering, or what is your background?
No, I know absolutely nothing about engineering. My specialty is outsourcing, but I'm an entrepreneurship major, and I used to have a minor in computer science, but I didn't like the math, and now I'm chasing a dream because I like Spider-Man, and I want to help people.
So I guess the audience can ask.
Exactly.
Is there plans to, I know this is probably further down the line, but this is great, it's exciting. Is there plans to make it more fancy or nice looking?
So right now we're working on the engineering. It is going to be a little bulkier than we expected. So we're going to prioritize making it a self-defense device rather than a trinket that's for looks and like sleekness and discretion.
You might want to try to reach out to Nightcap. They are similar as far as the same market and everything.
Okay.
Hey there, I really liked your presentation.
Thank you.
Are y'all thinking about different kinds of takedowns? Because I'm come up behind you and like grab your neck and you deploy the thing and you douse yourself with mace.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's an engineering way out of that, but I don't know how many different situations you've considered per attack. Like, I'm not sure someone's going to necessarily attack you in such a way that you're able to use that, deploy that effectively without harming yourself.
Yeah, sorry to give you a short, simple answer, but the idea is just that you aim it wherever you want to shoot it, and that's what we're working on right now. Regular pepper spray shooters, they sit vertically and they shoot the mace horizontally. So what we're trying to engineer is something that can sit horizontally and shoot horizontally, and it's taking quite a while, but we're going to figure it out.
Is the trigger always out, or does it pop out?
It's always out.
Okay. Thank you.
That was my question with the trigger. So is it sitting on your fingers and then can it accidentally be pressed, or there's a lock on it, or?
Yeah, so the, actually, this go a few slides back. Just to give you more time to look at it. So in step 2, you would have the trigger unlocked to prevent accidental misfires. And then it kind of, like in step 3 right there, that's how you fire it. It's always going to be out like that. If that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah. All right, he's already coming right up.
Mr. and Mrs. Shaw, you may want to consider changing your son's name because Sherrod would not be accepted. How about Chris? Chris, I hate you. You're such a terrorist. Go back. Hey, there goes Chris. Somebody check his backpack. He may have some bombs in it. Hello, my Tallahassee community. My name is Sherrod Shaw, and I'm the founder of Made Equal Clothing Co. Made Equal is an inclusive streetwear clothing brand and a community platform where we are dedicated to embracing diversity, showcasing Tel's resilience, and igniting inspiration within all. Maybe it was my Indian culture or what I saw, what the media portrayed to be a perfect male, but I'm one of that statistic. I was that type of person where I would always hide my emotions because I didn't want it to come off weak. Yes, I understand that is not healthy, but I'm trying to be better every day. So I wonder if I was having that problem to share my story of adversity or even ask for help, how many other people in this state, this country, this community has that same problem? Yes, Made Equal is a athleisure clothing brand, but we're more than that. We also donate 10% of each order back to our community partners, but we're a platform. We inspire people from all walks of life to be able to share their vulnerability in a safe and supportive environment. We hope to provide a space where people can talk about their vulnerabilities openly, with the hopes to inspire others that may be going through that same instance. So when I was deciding, how do I want to enter this market? Do I want to be like every other clothing brand or a clothing brand that focuses on social issues? I went with the latter and decided, let me start here. So I started with the age demographic that would ideally work with more social media or social efforts. And then from there, I drilled it down to more of, let's start with Tallahassee in a 50-mile radius. And this is what I came up with. One of my other challenges was marketing, content creation. I'm sure everybody in this room can agree with me and say that there's not enough time in the day and we wear so many hats. What do we do first? So after sitting down and focusing on storytelling is as important as sales, we did some magical things. From social media growth within a year to over 500,000 video views on our stories to $5,000 donated back to our local organizations. Based on our profit margins and our ability to keep costs low, based on bringing things like order fulfillment to marketing in-house, we anticipate a 50% increase annually for the next 5 years. How are we going to do that? We're going to look at college trademark licensing opportunities. We're going to look at influencers, and we're also going to look at professional influencers. Some of our social media influencers, our local competitors include Pig, Garnet and Gold, and Change, and Nike as well. Some of our monetization efforts include social media, website, our community efforts, such as our partnerships with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and our name, image, and likeness partnerships. Of course, nothing is possible without my team, Savannah Swindle, aka my best friend, who's the creative director, Trayshawn Ward, student athlete at Kansas State, and Michaela Edenfield, softball catcher at FSU. At the end of the day, I want to leave a legacy behind that, hey, there goes Chirag. He's going to help at least one person. Main Equal hopes to become a beacon of hope and a catalyst of positive change. With your investment, we hope to create a space where people from all walks of life can celebrate adversity and vulnerability, and we hope to embrace individuals to be their authentic selves. Thank you. Okay, question probably. Those 4 minutes go by really fast.
So I have a question. You said it's a casual athleisure brand. Can you tell me some of the products that you are developing?
So we do everything from tees to joggers, sweatshirts, sneakers, socks, and we got so much more, like hoodies as well. I'm actually wearing one of our sweatshirts and sneakers right now.
Awesome. And are they developed in the States or?
Everything is done locally through our manufacturer of full press apparel. We really wanted to focus on Tallahassee, and so working with local organizations as well.
And do you have a plan to expand that when you outgrow full press? Sorry, full press, but.
Yes, we are looking at vendors not only throughout other states, but also throughout the country, in other countries as well.
So, how much are you doing now? It's huge. Trying to look at your graph and whatnot. So, can you address, your current volume and revenue and whatnot?
Yeah. So right now we are a year into the business. I launched this September 23rd on my birthday last year, and initially we were all about storytelling and telling the stories of our local people. So this past 6 months we have really been kind of spearheading the sales part. Right now, monthly wise, we are making about $1,000 to $2,000 a month, but most of it is also being donated back to our local partners as well.
When you say making, is that gross or is that net?
Net.
Okay.
Good question.
How do you guys plan to market this? I mean, I think that's a great idea, but how do you plan to kind of get the word out about your clothing and what it actually represents?
Yeah, so social media is at the forefront of what we do, but we also are tapping into our NIL partnerships. Currently, we work with Michaela Enfield and Trayshawn Ward. NIL is becoming a very big thing, so we were tapping into that. We've had others reach out to us from the University of Florida and other universities like FAMU. We started looking into professional influencers. Currently, I'm in talks with Nabi Kinguchi, who's a soccer player for Orlando City Major League Soccer. So we're starting looking into professional as well to help us reach the masses.
I'm curious with Michaela and the NIL, and obviously you have your team. Do the influencers that you're bringing on board have any input in the brand, the storytelling? How does that relationship work?
Oh, 100%. We are very. That's one thing that we want part of our NIL partnerships. It's like we don't want to just give you something or just, hey, we're using you for marketing purposes. It's a family effort. Specifically, Michaela came by the office and we are actually working on a specific private collection for her where she gets to design, be a part of the story. We help her with her grading outside of school, outside of softball. So it's a great family effort. These individuals, these student athletes, you come in with the mindset of this is how they're going to be, but when you meet them, they are completely different. And all they want to do is play sports, be a student, but actually give back to the community as well.
Is this trademark?
In what sense? Oh yeah, the brand, yes. It's pending right now, but we soon to be trademarked.
Okay, because I don't see like a little trademark.
Correct. Yes, it's pending.
So then that would preclude other people from taking the same slogan and putting. So is it like the look of it or the words that make it unique to you?
So we are currently in the process of trademarking the logo, Be Equal Clothing Co., the name, but we're also working on individual designs as well.
And is it something that you can a little bit white label that other organizations or that already have product who want to tap into the message and the power of the message and the economic power of the message that they can
utilize it on their products as well?
So I agree with the great question. Thank you, Barbara. One of the things that I briefly mentioned was private collections. Soon we'll be tapping into our nonprofit partners like Big Brothers Big Sisters to create private collections for them, where we would use their branding or labeling on these products to not only help them raise funds for locally, but also talk to corporate and be able to reach the Big Brothers Big Sisters nationally and raise funds for them that way.
We have about 20 seconds. If anyone else has a question.
How large is your current reach, social media wise or just advertising wise?
So right now, we're focusing on an audience of 400K, Tallahassee to 50-mile radius. But the beauty of it is our products have been sold in 10 different states and including Toronto, Canada. Thank you.
Let's give Sharad Shah a round of applause. Are you enjoying what's happening right here in Tallahassee so far? Really amazing. All right. I'll wait until they tell me who's next. Because remember what happened last time. Let me find the clicker and then I can tell you. We have Mike Michelle with Caringport.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Michelle. I'm the founder and CEO of Caringport. Every year, millions of families experience the pitfalls of nursing homes and how those pitfalls ultimately lead to letting down their loved ones and their health. And we're looking to change that experience by helping families to release their nursing home providers. For the last 10 years, I've been spending my time in the healthcare industry, and in the last 3 years, I've been hyper-focused on building startups in the healthcare community to change and better that experience. And during that course of my time, I've met some amazing people that are now on my team. They are passionate about what we do. They know they have a very passionate founder. In addition to that, they are excited to support me on the vision of creating a more transparent healthcare community. Along that journey, I've met Shindy West. She has over 40 years of experience in the healthcare industry, and she was once the chief clinical officer of Big Hospice. I have Mark, who is currently, he builds multi-million-dollar software for companies now. And then we have Israel, who has over 12 years of experience, not only building infrastructure, but securing HIPAA insurance information. And we have Raquish, who is an active skilled licensed nurse now. 40% of nursing homes are on a state's watch list, which further emphasizes the point that there's a lot of work that needs to be done here. Peace of mind and transparency on how your loved one is doing when you're not there is what we are selling, is what we are providing. And we're going to make that journey easier for families. Now you can simply go on our web-based or mobile-based application. It takes 2 minutes to provide us some information, and then you're going to determine if you want one visit or a multitude of random visits. Once that's done, we're going to send out our licensed skilled professional nurses out. And then at the end of all that, we're going to provide you with a quality assurance report and any next steps that's necessary. It's very expensive now for families to resolve this matter. When it comes to providers, it can become very expensive because providers want you to have. It becomes very expensive because providers now want you to have a minimum of 20 hours before they begin to work with you. So that becomes very expensive when you just want a pair of extra eyes and ears on your loved one to confirm or validate your needs. And when it comes to free state programs, the situation has already spiraled out of control, which leaves a huge gap in the market for us to provide observation care on demand. This market is globally $310 billion and is expected to grow into $700 billion. And with first mover advantage and tapping into this untapped space, we have a huge opportunity to grab a large majority of that $700 billion. Local relationships here locally are going to be very important for us in expanding. And eventually we want to bring on health insurance companies and employer-based plans. We make money through health insurance, employer insurance, and self-pay. We're hyper-focused right now on the self-pay situation. We started this journey 3 weeks ago, guys. And along that time, we built a solid foundation. We have a highly qualified team. We have a product that's ready to go. And with your support, Tallahassee, we can have a successful beta launch. We are currently seeking partners for collaboration and are willing to participate in our beta program. If this message resonates with you that we do need to make a more transparent healthcare community, then please reach out to me. And if you know anyone that can utilize this service, please scan that QR code and share it. Thank you so much, Tallahassee.
Of course, we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A, starting with the judges, audience members. If there is time after the judges' questions, of course, we will allow you to ask them as well.
So I have a question about the process. Somebody is signed up on the website. They say they want you to come check in on their mother who's in a nursing home. In different cities, how are you going to vet those people who go to the nursing homes?
My rock star, Jenny West. She has held a lot of high regard positions, including as Chief Clinical Officer of Cleveland Hospice. So finding quality, right now we're not focused on quantity, we're focused on quality. And she's going to provide that expertise towards us to find those nurses along with Rockledge to understand who you need on board and who you not need on board.
And will those people get paid like as they go and visit the nursing home basis? Is it just like a
Absolutely
fee you give them, or are they on staff?
So everyone on our platform will be 1099 individuals. So the gig economy is a big thing right now, and that's essentially the market that we're going to be in, providing gig economy jobs. In addition to that, if you look at other companies like the Papa Pals of the world, they have proven out that you can make $1 billion company by focusing on one niche, and their niche is companion care. And we hope to do that with observation care on demand.
So talk to me about the owner of the app. So is this consumer centric, or you said you're targeting the healthcare provider? Who's going to roll this out? How do I get this?
So what you essentially do now, how the process will work, you will go on our website. You will give us 3 pieces of information: your name, your loved one's name, and whatever your concerns are for us to address, and the location of where they are. And then we will head out and send a skilled nurse out to provide that observation. And then after the fact, we'll provide you with a detailed quality assurance report. Essentially, what we're hoping to take this to is to begin to collect data and be better inform you on what you're receiving. Have you ever been to the doctor's office or left the hospital, got a crap ton of paper, and didn't know what any of those tests mean or any of those things mean? That's the kind of transparency we want to bring to the table.
So you said that Papa is a competitor, but aren't they more companion?
Yes, they absolutely are. They are companion based. My direct competitor would always be local. When you need help, you're going to go locally first. So right at home to Visiting Angels. Those are the companies that's going to compete with us directly. However, they're not technology companies. And usually when you go to them, like I said, with the Papas of the world, even though they're on demand, is primarily in order for them to take you on as a client, you need to have a bare minimum of a certain amount of hours. Typically, it starts at 20 hours in order for them to get their workers to go out to you. So Papa Pal is indirect competitors.
What are we looking at if somebody requested this indirect pay?
So if somebody requests a direct pay as far as pricing or as far as pricing. All right, so based upon industry standards right now, it's $100. So that would be just based upon data that we collected in the industry. However, we are looking to make this as affordable as possible. And the reason why we started with nursing homes is because you can get more patients in a square footage and reduce the overall price over time. We do want to make this affordable. So if you've ever had an Uber ride, and at some juncture in time you pull the Uber, you're splitting the cost between everyone. We're looking to take that same concept. If your mother's at a nursing home and his mother's at a nursing home, we will notify you that, hey, we have another member in our community that's going to place a visit with one of our nurses, and we anticipate reducing the cost overall by 20%.
Are there CMS reimbursement codes?
I'm almost certain they are, and we're going to have to get to the place and point where we have scale, and they will take us seriously. So that's why the next step when it comes to expanding across state lines or just expanding across the state of Florida, health insurance policies will be very big because in 2024, a lot of those things are changing, and companies like this will benefit from it.
We have a little less than 1 minute.
Just a quick question. How much capital have you raised, and then have you rolled this out on any kind of small scale?
Hopefully by the end of the night, I have you guys support and we can have a successful beta launch here. So essentially, we want to focus on Tallahassee. However, what I have learned is that the average adult stays about 2 hours away from their adult parent. So to our customer base is going to be anyone that's a business owner that's too busy to constantly be there for their loved one, or a child that stays a state away. Finding that child that's a state away is more difficult, as opposed to now we focus locally on the busy individuals that have businesses or working professionals to get it there. Because for right now, what we're focused on is understanding what the customer's expectations are and what they need from us. And everything has been self-funded from me thus far.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I have a new skill, juggling many things in my head at the same time. All right. Well, next we want to invite up Maya Wright with the Wall Street.
Greetings, everyone. Be Wall Street is the first app where you play to earn and earn to invest. Let me tell you an unsettling reality. African Americans own 1% of land in America. 1.3%, if that makes you feel any better. That means that 99% of decision-making power is in the hands of other people. Now, there are Chinatowns, Jewish enclaves, and little Havanas, but we have hoods. We have MLK Drive, but we also have a $1.4 trillion buying power. Well, where did all this money go? In 2019, $835 billion went to products outside of real estate. Being Wall Street captures this buying power and invests it into real estate. Who is this for? Chloe is a young Black gamer interested in getting into cryptocurrency and real estate, but she fears that there's risk associated with being a beginner. That's where Be Wall Street comes into play. So first you're going to download our app, and you're going to log in using your user information that you use to log into your game. Then Be Wall Street will pull all of these points into the app and convert them into cryptocurrency. You will then have the opportunity to decide what properties you would like to invest in. An example here. And what's cool about this is that these properties are revenue producing. So your investment, you will get a return on. Also, each property comes with a digital twin. Remember that metaverse that I talked about? So you have the opportunity to travel
of digital world and go to this property in the digital realm and be able to be in the comfort of your home. Now, how do we make money? Number one is consumers pay a $10 a month subscription for this service. Number two is that Black-owned businesses or any businesses that are in these properties, they pay a lease to us. And number three is that consumers who are, playing their games, they can make transactions with these businesses, and we get a percent of that purchase. And lastly, our partners, let's say big companies like Facebook or any sandbox, they can promote and pay us to run ads to promote to over 400 million active metaverse users. Our market share is 46 billion, and of that is 900 billion of the virtual reality industry. Our target market is African American gamers, and we hope to capture at least 1.45% of this market share within the first 5 years. This is our cost structure, and we plan to use our investment towards app development. I am Maya Wright, and we hope to change the narrative of MLK Drive. And lastly, our first year revenue projections is $11 million with a $10 a month subscription. Thank you.
All right, 5-minute Q&A. We'll get started when the first question is asked. We're rolling along. This is very impressive. I know, you're thinking me as a host, very impressive. Keep adding things each time. I'm really giving her a moment to take a breath as well. She can. You're doing great.
So I'm trying to understand it. The company is buying the products. Explain it a little more. Flesh that out. I mean, but not the product, but the real estate.
The real estate. Okay. So essentially, it's a community investment app. Let's say everyone in this room wants to invest into buying, let's say, an apartment complex. We all put $100 in. I'm not sure how many people are in here, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to buy something. And because you invested into that property and the property produces revenue, let's say in the first year, because we're moving tenants in, you will get a return on that investment. The B Wall Street part makes real estate investing fun. It's supposed to make it easy, so you can play your game and put your phone down and make money.
Okay, that brings up the other thing.
Okay.
I'm going to date myself. My son plays video games. I'm sure he would understand what you're talking about with the points and being able to take the points and turn them into money, and I don't. So can you explain that on a rudimentary level for me?
Yes. So I'm going to break it down. Okay. So there's a contract, right? So cryptocurrency is it's basically like a digital currency.
Yeah.
I get
cryptocurrency.
Oh, okay.
I just don't understand the points in the games and how it turns into cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can program cryptocurrency to convert literally anything that's digital. So we can code a contract that will turn your points into cryptocurrency, like Ethereum, and then you can use this cryptocurrency and invest that into real estate. The whole platform is digital. So short answer, coding, all the work.
Okay.
First of all, I love this idea. My son's 19. He games all the time. He spends way too much money. He's very interested in cryptocurrency, and so I like the idea of being able to turn in the money that he spends on games into actually making money. I actually looked at crowdfunding real estate today online. So I know that a lot of people actually do this, but the problem is with this, a lot of people, you have to have a bankroll of at least 100,000 or 200,000. So you're picking properties that there's no minimum to be able to invest. That's what I'm assuming that you guys are doing.
Yes. And then I also get the question like, does everyone own the property? The answer is no. What consumers are doing is investing into us, and we invest into the real estate. So the real estate is owned by Wall Street, not everyone. You're paying for the service of conversion as well as getting a return on your investment.
So have you currently had a successful investment property, or where are you in that stage?
We're not in that stage yet. We're in the app development stage, and we currently need funding to do so.
So you're raising money to create the app that you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have about 1 minute left for questions.
I see a lot of opportunity here. And my sons game all the time, spend a lot of money on gaming. I think their generation's definitely going to understand this more. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, so you're the B Wall Street, they own the real estate, but the companies will benefit from the exposure to the community. Is that what they're getting out of? And you're hoping that, I guess what I'm trying to understand as a business is that a business could be a subscriber and they pay for that and then they get exposure to this community?
So our overall goal is to not only support revenue producing assets, but also Black-owned businesses. So if you wanted to, let's say we acquire a building and we're looking for a tenant, and that tenant happens to be a Black owner, they would rent out that unit, and that unit would be the amount that they pay would be enough for everyone that's investing in that property to get a return on that investment.
And they're building this community, like Roblox.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
For instance, let's say we started a real estate project in Atlanta, and we have 5 properties that need investment. We would let the gamers know, they would be able to see it on the app, and then they can decide what properties that they would like to invest in. And this physical unit, you can see in the digital world. So you can tour it and be like, oh, cool, this is what it looks like. You know, like Google Maps, but you can actually go into these properties and make transactions and support that business or apartment complex.
Okay. Let's give Maya a round of applause. Right. Next, we have Ahmed Negum, OKAI. Oh, we have your volunteer's tribute. I'm sure he will be right back, but I want something that you can do is make sure that you're sharing about Impact Week. It began today, so I don't know if you came because you were coming to support an entrepreneur here tonight, but this is a week of events starting today, starting this morning, all throughout this week through Friday. So you can find out more about that schedule online. You can, I simply can Google Impact Week and SHED, SCHED, and you can find the entire schedule there, register for the events that you would like to attend. I would say most of the events are here at the Challenger Learning Center. We also have impactweek.info to get more information about all that's being offered this week. I will be hosting more throughout this week, so if you're enjoying my voice, well, hey. No, that was very strange, but thank you for clapping anyway. All right, we are here, Ahmed Negum, with OKAI. Give me a moment. Hello.
A little bit faster than I'm here. It is. It's an imperfect technology. Yes. Whenever you're ready.
Have you ever had this experience of maybe being part of a team in an internship, maybe work, or even a school project, and you're not really getting along with the people that work with you, or maybe your boss, and how that drastically got your performance down? That's actually why high engaged companies outperform those with low engagement. Low engagement has 81% increase in absenteeism and also 43 rise in turnover for the low turnover organizations. And also it costs the US businesses 1.2 trillion to do poor communication. People supposed to be pulling together, but they pulling opposite directions. And what does company do about engagement? Pizza parties and maybe pouring unnecessary training. And the current collaboration tools are mostly for project management, task delegation, dependencies, file sharing, calling. It's more about the project and not the people. And actually, those tools bring more micromanagement and more frustration and notifications to the employees. That's why a lot of people struggle on different levels. The executive team want more revenue, the middle management juggle a lot of communication within the organization, and the employees want growth and specific tailored programs to their journey. That's why we've created a personified part of OKAI. It's just like a collaboration tool, but it increases the chance of successful collaboration. For example, for Aisha, we're gonna book a meeting. The app will give her give suggestion how to communicate effectively with her. Demonstrate optimism, be friendly, environment, inviting, and also share any exciting ideas if you have some. So this is like a dashboard for the company management to see the overall health of the organization. We can see like employee engagement increases, and also by results the return or increase, like revenue increase per employee. There's also a lot of analytics related to productivity, quality of workflow, work-life balance as well. So the employee engagement software market is expected to be around like 3 billion in 2030, with North America taking the big portion, 34%, and IT and telecom industry are the main ones. And there is a growing adaptation of digital work tools because of hybrid and remote work conditions after COVID. We plan on spending the funds in further product validation and development. And also our business model is a SaaS, software as a service, where we provide the software to companies and automate the marketing and sales process. And also later on, we can go to
different countries which is interested in the employee engagement as well as Japan, Germany, and the GCC countries like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, United Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar, and all those countries. Thank you.
Right, we will begin the 5 minutes of Q&A with the first.
I hope I get the ones I saved in the presentation as well, to get as many questions as possible.
Okay, so there you go. He's ready.
So is this software you've already developed?
I've only developed a prototype of it, like an MVP, minimum viable product.
Right. What does it do now?
The software.
Yes.
So the software analyzes your personality and also makes suggestions on how to communicate effectively with your teammates. A little bit about my background. I did my bachelor's in engineering, and I'm a certified in personality assessments more than 6 years ago, and I've been doing personality work in terms of performance appraisals, performance management inside companies, and creating like tailored and specific feedback for employees and team leaders as well.
What's your pricing model?
I'm sorry?
Pricing model?
So pricing model is a software as a service, which means that I will make the companies subscribe to my product per user, per employee. So for example, a company has 100 employees times, for example, like $65 per month, and they pay this annually, monthly or annually, and there will be a lot of tiers and discounts if they subscribe further. It's a software as a service, SaaS product.
So the software is something that's constantly running. Like if my office, for example, we run on 365 or Slack or on Teams, or is something that's constantly running in the background. It's automating processes or making suggestions to the employees.
Thank you so much. This is a very good question. Thank you so much. There will be a lot of different ways where we can gather the data about the employees, and this will be up to the company. Some people would want like their data to be seen all the time, or they feel like they're being monitored all the time. So that's why I can do tests at the beginning as well, to like onboard each and every employee based on their own personality. And as long as they keep like chatting and communicating with other employees, the system will analyze these data and further understand more about the person and offer better and better suggestions to make them better, improve, be more productive, and grow.
So this is always kind of monitoring their behavior and what they're communicating with other people and telling them how to improve.
Exactly.
How to get along better with others.
Exactly. To have an effective conflict resolution, to have effective collaboration, to have effective innovation as well. So this is actually very, very important. I am a product manager. I used to work as a product manager, which means like I used to navigate working with different teams, technical and business teams as well. So I navigated with a lot of stakeholders internally and externally, and I can definitely tell the value of knowing how to align those stakeholders to a shared vision, because the CEO has a different perspective, the technical team has a different perspective, the business teams has a different perspective, and the customer and the client want something totally different. So it's very important to be able to communicate effectively with different parties.
So what type of companies do you guys see this be successful with?
I'm sorry?
What type of companies do you see this being successful with? What industries are you targeting?
Yes. I mentioned in like the presentation that IT and telecom industries are the most. Okay. So the IT and telecom industries have the highest adoption for this for the like they spend the most on employee engagement, and there is other companies as well. For example, PwC is spending $3 billion in the upcoming few years just on employee engagement. So $3 billion, not on HR functions, not on HR, it's just on employee engagement.
All right, that is time. Let's round of applause for Ahmed. Well, as I've probably said one too many times, this is truly impressive. And the judges have some work to do now. We're going to give them a few minutes to do the hard work while we go and enjoy each other's company, talk about all the things we heard, how we would invest if we had lots of money. I don't, but I know someone out there does. And enjoy some refreshments. We're going to give the judges some time to finalize their scores, and we will announce the winner at 7:30. Okay, so at 7:30, so that's about in 15 minutes. You can rejoin us here in the theater.
If you guys want to discuss it, absolutely. Give you guys want to change your answers or anything like that.
Are y'all working that shit? This is
Oh well, we're jumping now, but
we didn't get invited in time. We didn't apply in time, but we're a startup this year.
oh wow.
Can I give you a flyer?
Yeah, definitely. Please, thank you.
Now I can not see your face, but put your arms out like this. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I can talk about it, but I don't want to interrupt you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna flash. Ready?
Oh, this is pretty cool. I can't tell the difference.
Oh, yeah.
My son's like, you can't tell the
Go ahead.
difference.
No, you definitely can.
You can.
But with our technology, you could.
Oh, my flash is not coming on.
Let's try things.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just so bright, but I got a couple of pictures of you. But I was like, okay. You can Photoshop.
That was pretty quick for them. It's a little bit of a disadvantage.
That's actually what's
4 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It's really good. I thought we could ask a million questions, like really dive deep into it.
Yeah.
So I guess let's start with the first one. Well, the first one, B Wall Street. I know you were a little bit like,
Why don't you try it?
Understand.
like
I do, but I don't.
yeah. I honestly think that this is a genius idea. It's funny because I was actually looking at real estate crowdfunding today, like going on site, seeing how much I can invest, like what the minimum is. They're looking at 50 grand or 100 grand. Like I'm really into this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And my son's really into cryptocurrency, and he spends so much money on gaming. And I'm like, if you could invest 10% or even 20% of what you spend on gaming, you could really make some money.
Right.
And so if he had an app like this to where he could just kind of push over some points every time he spent money, he actually got points, and then went into like a REIT or
So that's
something.
my question. So with the point, I mean, she showed up. I guess it was like she had Fortnite and then NBA 2K. So my question is, if within those games you can accumulate points,
And
correct?
look, this is the question I wanted to ask, and then I thought about it afterwards. I'm like, how is this app pulling points from?
Well, that's what I'm.
Yeah, that's
so,
a
so I have.
big,
It's almost like it's like Delta Airlines points, American Express points. My understanding is that if you make points within those platforms, you have to use them within those platforms. So I don't understand how you transfer the value of those points
from her app
to a third party. So I mean, in essence, she got 3 businesses. You got to figure out a way to. I mean, in any one of them to be amazing, you got to figure out a way to aggregate those points and then assemble them and monetize them in a single app. You then have to convert that to your own cryptocurrency in another transaction, which you can't use crypto to buy real estate. crowdfunding.
Yeah,
Anyway,
right.
you gotta
That's a
get that on
completely
top.
different thing.
So to me, I think it's certainly creative in terms of the things she's talking about, but I think any one of those three things are
The
massive
execution is a
hurdles.
lot.
Each one
Those
of
are
things
large
is-
organizations.
Yes.
They're not
Plus
going to
the-
give up those points.
The privacy issues of, like, if I'm playing a game and I've logged in or something, is there a privacy issue about somebody finding the
I
points?
think that
No, you can
matters.
spend your
Because you're
points,
gonna-
but they want you to spend them within the platform.
Yeah, but even
Right,
that's why
right.
I think- I
But
think
you
within
have
those
to-
platforms, you're gonna have to give
you have to give
those
that
service
party.
providers for they're gonna have to give legal permission to your app
Exactly.
even in their platform to pull the information.
Yeah,
And
they're almost
those
going to
folks-
have their. They're almost
and
going
those
to have
modes are getting
their
broader.
own.
They're trying to make those walls
Right.
harder and harder to get through.
Absolutely.
Again, it's super creative.
Yeah, if they have their
I
own
think it's a
games
genius
and
idea, but
create their own
executing it
points,
is
yeah.
a whole other ballgame.
Mountainous. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are multiple opportunities for different revenue streams, I think. But
Oh,
the
for sure.
virtual reality, the virtual real estate, the gaming.
I
that
feel like
kind
so
of
many
stuff.
young people are really into doing that nowadays. They have some. I mean, they watch nothing but YouTube videos about getting rich on crypto and real
Yeah.
estate and all these digital things. And so to have an app that actually lets you kind of push your money towards that, and they do the work for you, I think it's genius. But how do you actually execute
It is.
that?
Mhm.
You know, that's
Very
the
difficult.
question.
Yeah, it's a
So-
long road ahead
Yes.
with that one. Definitely want it more defined.
Yes. For sure.
Exactly how that works, and
And it looks like they haven't built the app yet.
Nope.
That was just an
She's
idea for the
getting
app.
money.
It looked like the app was built, but then she said that they were going to raise money to build the app. So,
Do we feel like 5 minutes is not long enough for them to give a fully fleshed out presentation?
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
that
it's
part of it
typical.
too?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
for a quick pitch like this,
Sure.
I mean, it's not intended to be a full blown
Right.
presentation.
I
Yeah.
think we got from it. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
where their directions are. Yeah.
Well, so what did you guys give her for total score for Wall Street? I gave 34, but then, and now I'm thinking it's too high as I think about.
Well, did you go on the 10-point total 50?
I did.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean, I
I'm-
did like 8-4, 8-4.
I'm pretty critical.
Would it be
I-
helpful to kind of start just in reverse, because are we doing the first, second, and third? Is that what we're tasked with doing, or just,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I think we're
There's
doing
there's
first,
1,
second.
2, 3.
Yeah.
Essentially,
second, third.
if you're doing who's your number ones.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what's
Yeah,
it's helpful
that's-
just to kind of rank order and just
Yeah.
discuss kind of the ones we.
Right. Yeah. I had Carringport as my number one.
I had them as number 2, but it's close.
Okay, but they're my number one. It was a very comprehensive presentation. That it checked the boxes on the. It was very relatable. As far as he seemed to be up to speed on the technology. If what he had up there is true, then he had two good tech people. You know, one that's especially one that is very cognizant of the. Yeah, I think there was some confusion with the rollout, whether it was covered by healthcare.
Yeah.
Or the subscription based. I think there was some lack of clarity there.
Well, he did absolutely say that they were focusing at first on self-pay. And I think that's because it's going to take them a long time to get to where Medicare would cover.
Yeah, so
That's why I was
the
asking
reason-
about a
the reason-
CMS code,
yeah,
if
the
there's
only
even a
reason-
CMS code.
The only reason they were number 2 versus one of mine was I digging pretty hard on the feasibility, just because I think, and I've had it. My wife's father-in-law. We went through assisted living, full-time care, I mean like that, and my concern would be I'm not sure how you get Caring Point qualified for insurance, but B, even getting into certain those facilities, my guess is there's gonna be a
And there's some
big,
heavy
big
hitters
wall to
in
try
that
to get
industry.
in there.
Yeah, I don't know if I
Well,
would want.
If you're saying somebody is going to visit they can't stop you from somebody going to visit your.
Well, even those, we had, and again, I think we had to get some beta testing.
Yeah.
We had to, for any visitors, we had to give them prior notice. They had to know the individual. They had wanted the ID. They wanted to be on site. So that's the idea.
Right.
If you're gonna have a gig economy, plug it in, and all of a sudden, like an Uber driver's gonna pop over there. It's like, no,
Oh,
you're gonna have to
yeah,
have
it's
people
gotta be-
pre-qualified. It's gonna have to be. There's gonna be
Yeah,
a
it's gonna
lot
have
of
to
legwork on
be
the front end.
consumer centric to start. I mean, you've got to get some adoption of people using it.
Yeah.
Right.
But if they took the reverse marketing as far as having the nursing home offer that to their people, and they kind of subcontract, then the nursing home knows.
You would
and
still have to
you
get
get
in
that
with the
peace of
water
mind.
origin.
Yeah, but there are lots of problems.
Yeah.
You get 4% nursing homes already on the list. But my question from my perspective. If I'm legal rep for a nursing home.
Right.
Why would we let these people? Why do we want these people in our facilities?
Right.
They're a problem. They're just raising more red flags when 40% of us are already not doing what we're supposed to be doing, and it's inviting more criticism and more eyes and things like that. So the nursing homes are not going to want these people in their facility.
Right.
As opposed to letting Papa people in because they're just companion.
Exactly.
But it's essentially taking Papa and saying, not only are you companion, you're going to report back to me on how well they're taking care of my
And then you have liability of that.
person.
Then you have the liability of that as well. Like, what if, it's like, what, so we're taking their meds. Why didn't you tell us we weren't taking their meds? Now, the liability between this service provider could be an issue as well, especially with people on medical professionals or they're quasi-professionals. And it's interesting, but it's,
Right.
again,
They would have
it's
to be
creative.
medical
I had them
professionals,
too, so.
But I think Papa does get reimbursed from CMS.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are certain codes for that. So that it's
Hospice
amazing
center.
what there's.
So who do you, so I had them as,
So anyway,
I had them as two. You had most folks who had
I
as
had
one.
them as 2.
who did you have as one?
I made equal. I mean, it wasn't sexy, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were my 2. I think they were my 3. So they're
But
top
again,
3.
if they went to 2 or 1, I don't. Again, I'm not. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Again, it was super close. Again,
Yeah, I had.
the only reason was the feasibility. It's not a blowout by any stretch.
I had made equal as 3.
They were my 3.
They were my last. I have a fashion design degree and I understand the business and I understand what they're doing and I don't know how it's different.
Yeah, my thing with
Their
them was
marketing,
like
I think that was the problem with me too. I'm like, it's a great idea and like I love the passion behind it. I'm like, how are you getting the message out there about what the brand actually stands for?
Right.
Yeah,
And
they're
it's the
probably
stories and
just
caring
trying to
and-
be another Salt Life, but for equality.
Right.
I think Julie's question with white label. I think that's probably the biggest opportunity to actually have portions of it, made equal and actually have clothing that actually represents a particular cultural group. And
Right.
To me, that would seem like a much different avenue.
Right.
Better
And licensing is difficult and expensive and it's a long process with like a book of approval from an attorney like this much, but I don't understand how that's unique.
I didn't hear the percentage of that was going back to their organizations or what their
I don't think
organizations
he didn't
were.
say.
5,000. So it's 10% of it. So
10%
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, for that to be successful, it's got to be a much higher percentage. That's it.
Who else do we have? Carry Port. Anyone else? Who else do you have?
I had my number 1 is the OK AI just because I feel like it's so impactful to change the work environment. Now I do have issues about the privacy and people scanning all the stuff at work and getting my
Right.
language and I have a problem with that. But I do feel like it makes the biggest impact as far as changing the way we are doing business now as opposed to the way the next generation wants to do business. If you tell somebody, hey, this person really likes you talking about sports, you're giving them a little insight into how to communicate. So that part I really like. I think
You would just have
now
to have
they
all
were
the
missing.
employees agree to be monitored and recorded through their instant messages
Everything.
Right.
and that's
it's a problem.
Yeah,
It's
that's
Well, and they're going to
sticky
be
wicket,
paranoid
yeah.
because
Yeah,
the
they're gonna
ones
be
who are
paranoid.
not pulling their weight are not going to like it at all because they know it's going to show up that they're not doing their part. And they're going to find ways to work around it.
And that's happening now with even remote workers saying that their cameras are getting turned on by because the company owns the laptops, and that's happening now. But
if you knew that it was not
your anticlimactic moment. And the winner, hey, let's try that one instead. Okay. So I'm glad we got a moment. Let's give our judges a round of applause. They had the hard job today because each and every one of those pitches, I thought to myself, I could tell my little children that you can pretty much turn anything you like to do right now that you want to do instead of homework, you can turn that into a viable business. We had a Spider-Man fan. We had a clothing line designed. We have, my son loves to tell us what the medical issues and conditions are. So and he's 8, by the way. He likes to tell us what's happening and what we should do about it. So, so I mean, it's just really inspirational what each of them have done and are doing. And so I want to welcome back up. Is it this mic that sounds like this? Do I have to switch back? All right. You know, I'm only trying to win today. Nothing. I want this to be a great moment. Okay, so it looks like that's better. I want to welcome back up the Executive Director of Domi Station, Kara Hobart.
All right, so that was tremendous. I just want to say a very special thank you once again to our pitch contestants for coming up here, braving the judges and the audience and all of their questions that they had for you, and you all did an excellent, excellent job. So without further ado, the judges have deliberated, and we have come up with our winners. So we're going to start with third place first. Drum roll. And the winner for third place is Thank you so much. Here is your certificate.
Thank you so much.
We will get with you later so we can go over all the real process.
Sounds good.
But again, thank you very much for your contributions here today. Excellent presentation. All right. Getting suspenseful. I swear I can talk. All right, so our second place drum roll, please. We have Aaron Porter. Congratulations, thank you so much. All right, for the big final winner for first place, we have Thank you all for being here. It is so wonderful to see all of you here supporting our entrepreneurs and all of their ideas that they have. Domi, of course, is a place where entrepreneurs and small businesses have a home. We have a co-working place, an incubation program. So if you haven't heard of it, go on our website, check it out. We'll be happy to see you guys there very, very soon. So for the rest of the night, let's give one final applause for our winners. And of course, we have beverages and some nibbles for you guys. And go ahead, go network, and have fun for the rest of the night.
Sit down at 8:35 for the Marvel.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Marvel.
you.